I'm walking under the Lone Star, along the rocks and the shiny black water. At the end of a pier, a woman is alone, hands folded, praying. I left her alone, I didn't feel comfortable staying. Inside of all of us is pain, we pity ourselves. Boo fucking hell. Well, guess what? You fucking asshole, it ain't all about you. There are people in this world who have dead children. They're deeply grieving. So quit your bitching, you poor little minor victim. That woman on the pier was suffering something heavy, her eyes were dripping with tears. I'm 49 years old and let me tell you something, I'm intuitive, my dear. I gave her space and in my throat was a lump, and I watched her from a nearby secluded place for an hour and a half and made sure she didn't jump. Cars speeding down the Parkland Bridge, coming out the smokestacks, rolling down the train tracks, Starbucks on my walk back. Cars speeding down the Parkland Bridge, coming out the smokestacks, rolling down the train tracks, Starbucks on my walk back. Planted two cacti by the picnic table, where the little gray cat is cutely cradled. And the orange California poppy, sniffing the euphoric scent of the eucalyptus tree. Walked past the 7-Eleven, I went to the taco truck. Sunny California day, no rain in April, good Lord. Pet my two favorite cats, they're so cute in their usual tucked away spaces. They're so cute, I wanna eat their faces. This part of the song sounds like a beautiful Cameron Crowe film score. Jimmy Page influenced or Nancy Wilson, all three artists whom I deeply adore. One December under the Christmas trees, Heartstring Boat Annie and Led Zeppelin 3. That's the way it ought to be. That's the way it ought to be. I was banned by a church leader from playing a city in the state of Texas. Said he heard from a student that they read that I was sexist. I said, guess what, San Antonio, Texas? I still love you, you Jack Johnson, born and bred, state in the country. Very best barbecue, gonna ban me from San Antonio? No, you don't. I'm gonna be back and play a show, then give me some tacos at Rosario's in North Carolina. Let me tell you something, I reiterate, take the cake for the most beautiful of all hillbilly states, but you won't let a transgender use a bathroom of their choice. What kind of bullshit is that, you good old hillbilly boys? Gonna play a show in Chapel Hill next year, you'll see, and all transgenders are invited. I'm gonna let them get it for free, and they can use the men's bathroom in the venue. If they used to be a girl, then they can use a woman's bathroom at the venue. If they used to be a boy, what the fuck is it to you? They are worthy of dignity and respect and use to any goddamn toilet. Are you fucking mad? Fuck. 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 Got me some friends over there and they're good smart hillbillies. Billy and Chucky and Kimmy and Bobby and Becky. They don't support this transgender law. They'll be driving to my show in Chapel Hill from Asheville. I'm from Ohio and therefore I'm a hick. Call me one and I won't be offended by it. Hicks and hillbillies unite and get along. Rednecks, bury your axe with transgenders and be strong. Rednecks, bury the axe with transgenders and be strong. Rednecks, bury the axe with transgenders and sing along. Rednecks lighten up in the man with transgender law. Rednecks lighten up in the man with transgender law. Rednecks lighten up in the man with transgender law. Rednecks lighten up in the man with transgender law. Rednecks lighten up in the man with transgender law. Rednecks lighten up in the man with transgender law. Rednecks lighten up in the man with transgender law. Rednecks lighten up in the man with transgender law. When Donald Trump becomes president, blame it on Facebook, Yelp, and reality TV, and Twitter, and Uber, and Google, and video games, and every other thing that has turned this country into a bunch of dumbed down slaves to technology. We wanted dumb headlines, well baby, we got it. We wanted instant gratification, right, well baby, we got it. We wanted stupid entertainment, baby, we asked for it. This dumb motherfucker be on the news every fucking day, and we willed it. He is 100% full on our creation. He is proof that we choose apps over education. He is proof of our mind-numbing internet obsession. He's a result of our dumb fucks staring at our phones' attention span limitations. People sitting around hating on Donald Trump. We can't face it, but we ask for this junk. Not directly, but we fail to see how our stupidity will them into candidacy. Go ahead and take your smartphone out. Send a tweet into the world and pow, pow, pow. We planted the seed and it's come to its fruition. Make no mistake, Donald Trump is our creation. Go ahead and have your oh my fucking god reaction. When he's elected, threaten to move to Vancouver, Canada, or Athens, Greece. As George Carlin said when I believe you have to be asleep to believe the American dream. So all zone the fuck out Americans, get some popcorn and watch some Trump. Check your Facebook and keep up with the Kardashians.
Divisionally eyed, practically alive, mistook sign for signified. And so sins have often tried to run off a cliff like Gadarene swine. Inside my word ropes and anchor bends, wondering whether we were someone better then, or maybe just better able to pretend, and what better means to our inevitable end. No, I don't know if I know, though some with certainty insist no certainty exists. Well, I'm certain enough of this. In the past 14 years, there's only one girl I've kissed. In the blistering heat of the Asbury Pier, we sat quiet as monks on the Ferris wheel. You're looking down at the water, out at the sea. I asked her, you're in that recurrent fantasy where you push little kids from the tops of the rise, and she shook her head no. I said, oh, neither do I. And with my grandma's ring, I went down on one knee, and the subsequent catastrophe has then haunted me like a fiberglass ghost. Out of my inconveniently selective memory. Eventually you mercifully withdrew all the bearing points we thought we knew. Days run, days set clock. Our compass shot. We sailed waywardly on, singing our midnight archer songs until well past dawn. It's still dark from the deck of our boat, haphazardly blown. Broken bows, our aimless arrow words don't mean a thing. So by now I think it's pretty obvious that there's no God, and there's definitely a God. I dreamt of the rocks at the Asbury Dune, that you jump from the top of the log flume, and they gather like wolves on the boardwalk below. They're howling for answers. No wolf can know. I charged at the waves with a glass in my hand. I was tossed like a ball at the bottle stand, and I lay beside your remains on the stones where your cold fingers wrapped around my ankle bones. Maybe 10 feet away was a star, thousands of times the size of our sun, exploding like tiny balloons it broke darts at.
Slept until our chest was full of yarn we spun from Shetland wool. Socks from where the Dorset grows, sheared and scoured hours before the rooster crows. The price of German silver fell through disused tailors down the superstition well.
OBS updated. Why does it look different? Jesus Christ. Is it like super loud? No, it's not. How are we doing today? Hello. Sorry your kid is hacking to this to get you a purple XP. Gonna be honest, I'm not sure what you mean, but it sounds fun. Sounds fun. I'm pretty much just gonna play Bellatra a bunch and people can join and talk to me about whatever. Otherwise, I guess I'll sit here and talk to chat or whatever. If you do join, obviously no slurs, and if I kick you, then don't be a bitch about it, because that's kind of my prerogative. But yeah, I don't know, how are we doing? How are we doing? We're Grease Goblin maxing. That's my nickname apparently. So we're maxing out on that. Because when you're trans, you don't really wash your hair very often. That's just how it is. Do you want to see what I look like close up? There you go. There you go. Slightly bigger. Wow. I do actually need to wash my hair. Oh no, swearing is fine. It's like slurs that aren't okay. So like F slur, T slur, N word, shit like that. Call-ins are on Discord. You have to join the general waiting room and I'll move you in as and when. That's how that works. Goblin is your son's nickname. That's cute. Yeah, it's on Discord, which is linked. So you join my Discord and then you jump into general/waiting room and I can move you into live, and you can, I don't know, you can talk to me about whatever you want, but it's going to be on my live. Oh, sis isn't a slur. as in like actual slurs that might get me in trouble, not like, you know, not like dumb shit. But yeah, I feel a bit stupid having my dono thing. I'll just move this here. You don't have Discord. I'm not quite sure how to help in that case. I'm sorry. I don't have like a number to call or anything like that. I mean, making an account is quite easy. It's up to you though. No, miss your daughters. Aw. I can never remember how many kids you had. Grease maxing. Yes, very much. Very much. I went out like this. That's the worst thing. Sometimes it's just too much effort, you know? Live example of the F slur. Fuck you. That one is retarded as slur. Nah, I mean, I don't know. Exercise restraint and shit like that, you know? Maybe I'll make one. That's fair enough. It's not gonna be, listen, I'm a bit tired of fucking React slop at the moment. So I'll still do that here and there, but I'm just kind of fucking sick of it. So we're whilst shit has been a bit stagnant, we might as well experiment and stuff. So I'm writing more stuff. Obviously I made that video about Aiko. If I get really bored, I can shit on some other drama stuff. But at the moment I'm doing a thing about trans brains. Been reading about what was it? Like historic psychology and how weirdly sexist and racist a lot of it is, which is fun. That is the last one we lose a lot. She doesn't have a nickname really. Oh, fair enough. You have 3 kids. What's the deal with Aiko? I don't even know where to begin. And I don't actually really know what the deal with her is. She doesn't like me. And we had a debate which went extremely poorly, especially for her. I wasn't very fussed about it being, you know, a decent conversation, so I fucked around a whole bunch. And then, I don't know, I saw her trans ally maxing and I thought it was really cringe, so I made fun of her for it. Like, I think what she does, the thing is, I would have to spend so much fucking time watching like her shit and comparing it to other people. But I have a feeling she just kind of latches on to other people and copies their takes and shit. Like, I suggested that's what she does with like President Sunday on like gender and stuff like that, maybe politics. I bet she used to support people like Ethan Klein and Nick DiOrio. And since people like Queeman have been shitting on people like that, I bet she's like changed her mind listening to people like that. I bet this is not like original ideas and opinions and stuff. But the thing is, you have to do so much work to prove that kind of shit. And I can't really be asked. If I see something that kind of relates to shit I already talk about, I'll do that. But that kind of would be someone else's job at that point. Is my song at the beginning before the stream AI? I don't play any AI music, no. I play, well, it's other people's music, because it doesn't matter if this shit gets copyright claimed. It's probably going unlisted anyway. Oh, also, other rule, no backseat gaming. You're not allowed to backseat game me, no matter how painful it is watching me play this fucking game. No backseat gaming, please. But yeah, I don't know. Apparently our good friend Firebat deleted his channel. That's news. Yet again. Fucking Repzion has been getting involved in that shit, which is something. I watched his video and it was pretty fucking appalling, to be honest. He's clearly got people in his ear and is telling the stories. Okay, hang on. He's telling the stories completely wrong, and it's not good. Hello, hi, how are you? Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Very good, very good.
Okay, so I'm here to talk specifically about the Repzion video. Have you seen it?
I've seen bits of it, and I saw Parry's streams from yesterday.
Okay, so I assume you've listened to the leaked PC.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so all these people who've been crying and bitching about you, quote unquote, touching the poo, contacting iPad directly, this and that, are the same people who are celebrating Repzion saying that he wants the address and he wants to confront Firebat IRL. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think that's pretty cringe, but like the poo touching thing has been a problem the entire time, right? Like wasn't there like someone in Aiko's chat that had been like
Yes,
messaging for months
yeah.
and then like Soap and Clay and stuff like that emailing him?
Yeah, it's crazy.
The hypocrisy around that has been like the entire time. I mean,
And
like getting
Sub and
involved
Clay,
in Seraphe and shit as well, like, you know.
yeah, and like with Sub and Clay, we found out that he has someone, a friend of her, moderating Firebat stream to this day. So like all the you're touching the poo, that's crazy. You're
What are they
calling into
called?
you're messaging Firebat. Mom something, Mom 13. Something I don't know.
Oh, your mom something. Yeah.
Yeah, because like we were watching because Sub and Clay is like a YouTuber. And we were watching old YouTube videos of her, and we looked at the comments, and there are comments from 2 years ago by your mom 13, this person, commenting on Sylvan Clay.
That's
so
crazy.
She's like a longtime fan of Sylvan Clay, and Sylvan Clay kind of like planted her as a mod in Firebat to this day. And these people are coming around saying like, oh, it's too far, you're interacting with a rapist, you are crazy, disgusting. Like, those sounds insane.
Yeah, well, that's the other thing, isn't it, as well? Like, fucking Femyoz and whoever else are interviewing this rape victim. And, like, Femyoz has always been hinting that it's all about just, like, raising her profile and shit. But, like, in that call with Repzion, she sounds like giddy. It's like, oh, I'm gonna get famous off of this. It's the next Chris Chan and stuff. It's like, it's never been more obvious. I don't know how they're still I don't know how they're still pretending, you know?
Crazy, especially like with Aiko too. She was sent this information about Repzion doxing and trying to meet Firebat IRL. And what was her response? Literally just saying like kick W, like who cares?
I'm not surprised anymore.
Yeah. So the troughs fall. I don't think he reacted to it. Is there a reason you haven't like danced on his grave after?
I couldn't be asked, to be honest. It was quite funny, but I was bored of it by then.
Okay, well, makes sense.
I think it was more funny. It was more funny watching other people do it and just kind of, you know, sitting back and watching, I think.
Yeah. Well, I guess that's all I had to say.
Yeah.
Someone else in the waiting room.
Because he's come back, hasn't he? Well, he's trying to come back. He was in your dating thing.
Yeah,
and that.
he was in the dating panel, and he said he wants to come back as an IRL streamer.
Yeah.
And in a new name, Fedora instead of Shroff. But like you go, like you were inside your home and you were doing all this. Imagine doing all this outside your home.
Yeah, I look forward to it, to be honest. I think it'll be funny.
Yeah. Well, thank you for letting me in.
Yeah, no problem. Have a good one.
See you later. Bye.
Yeah, see you later. Bye. Alright, I'll let in. I've got someone called Saphira. Important question. Why do I believe Seraphe would want to become famous for being a rape victim? I don't think that. I don't know why she told her story. It could be for lots of reasons, including that it actually happened. What I'm thinking is happening is people like Femyoz are using it to get famous. And they're pretending that they give a shit about any of this. My Discord is linked. What I would suggest is joining and saying hi, because I have people waiting, if that's okay. Hello, can you hear me? You're in live.
Yeah, I can hear. Okay.
Hi, how's it going?
Yeah, it's going well. Like, I'm trying to do my activities, but life goes and I'm kind of shy.
That's okay.
Hold on, give me my.
What do you mean by do your activities?
Oh yeah, so you know the moment you know I need to do this stuff, but you just lock and can't make progress.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. So if you can like this, have you seen those type of rant videos on like TikTok that style backgrounds and etc.?
Rant videos on TikTok. I've probably seen some. I don't watch very much TikTok though. What kind
Yeah,
of
it's
thing,
good.
What kind of thing do they rant about?
Mostly most of the community are kind of progressive, so they talk about like stuff that is pushing down the mankind. So just like social problems, and I've seen some of them talking about psychological stuff, kind of consumes some. I don't know if I pronounce it right. Like, is the a phenomenon that makes people buy more than they need, just for the sake of yeah, I'm buying stuff. I also ranted about stuff. Are you in the? Do you have like a niche activity that have some kind of, what's the word, expensive equipment?
Yeah, I was in do I?
Okay, yeah. Do you know that most stuff that came with technology and etc. are sometimes overpriced, as they say, oh, it's just innovation, you need it.
Yeah, I think I know what you mean, yeah.
Yeah, so you will see in most of subcultures, and not subculture, in niche hardware. So like I could give an example in Rubik's Cubes. That's most activity that I like. And so they charge for pretty no updates at all, and they charge so expensive. Kind of don't get it.
Yeah, I think I get what you're saying.
Yeah. Oh yes, about RAM memory in computer hardware. It's also going into this way, so the price.
Yeah.
I'm kind of nervous because I don't know you as a content creator. I just saw one day you were. I didn't saw the video because I didn't have the time. You were probably no, you were reacting to Professor Dave video about trans people.
Oh yeah, it was him and Vorsh, I think. I watched the two of them back to back.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was something about like gender being like purely psychological, which I find very bizarre. And I was kind of forced to agree with Vorsh that there's kind of more to it than that.
Okay, I'm gonna see this video to see how you sided with him.
I think the big thing was, it was like the Professor Dave guy was like, stop treating gender as if it's a social construct. And it's like, well, that's kind of a big component of it. You know what I mean?
Of course.
And sort of, it's just psychological, it's just about identity and stuff like that, which I think is part of it. I think that there is kind of a, how you react to and internalize like gender and how it, what's the word? Like reflects in your, how you internalize it and shit like that. So I think that's a factor to it. But gender is like complicated. There's a lot to it, I guess. But yeah, that was mostly what that video was about. And I thought Vorsh was actually more correct about it, which I don't really like Vorsh very much. But if someone's right about something, they're right about something, I guess.
I can see where this goes.
Yeah. Do you like think about this kind of stuff very much, or?
Yeah, kind of like, yes, I think about it. For most of times, I was kind of bigot. I was a great bigot inside the community. No, I wasn't from the community until I saw, oh, I'm part of them. But
yeah.
After, before this, I was truly against it. So I know where both sides can be, right?
Yeah.
Thing is, this is the thing. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay. Do you would you say you used to be like more right wing and now you're a bit more like progressive, or?
Yes, exactly. I wasn't any sort of progressive, so I know where they came with those ideas, but I also know how they can get to just listen to the other side. That's the part of where dumbest people won't recognize when they are being dumb.
Yeah.
Not saying they are. Not saying they are, but people who at least knowledges that their knowledge don't go into everything. They're more respectable. I was still trying to be that person. Like, okay, I know where my knowledge ends, but I was still very bigot.
Yeah, I get you. If it's okay, what country are you from?
Brazil.
Okay, wow. What are attitudes like there in general?
Sure, Brazil is weird. It's mostly Christian / Catholic / Pentecostal. Yes, it's both. And despite this large population, they watch tons of trans adult content.
Oh yeah.
It's controversial and contradictory, because at the same time they watch those type of contents, they kill the more. Okay, do I need to like always speak, or can I say freely? Sorry.
It's up to you.
Okay. So it's a country who kills most trans people, but you know what's the funniest part of it? When there's a minority group and they put like I don't know what is the word in English. So like they need to put a certain number of minorities on the, let's say, a university, a college.
Oh, as in like DEI, that kind of thing.
Yes, yeah. So I don't know in which Brazilian state because I'm not in Brazil for a long while, so I forgot where this stuff came from. A judge just said, no, trans people are not gonna receive this treatment. And you know what he said? The annual trans deaths are just irrelevant.
Oh yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of them there, isn't there? A lot of people dying. Well, like South America in general, like a lot of them end up in like sex work and stuff.
Like he said is 200 to 300 per year, but per year. And what is the trans population in Brazil? You think is from the 10,000 to the 100,000? No, just also the minority. So this doesn't make any sense to compare.
Yeah, I think I get you. Yeah.
Yeah, Brazil. As there are tons of conservatives in Brazil, and those people can comprehend what a trans folks pass as every single day. They just want to say, they're trying to get unfair privileges, which doesn't make any sense. And they also came with the same argument. Oh, trans women are trying to rob cis women space in society.
Yeah. Yeah, you get stuff like that here. I think there's like some areas where I think trans and women's rights kind of clash, if that makes sense.
What do you mean by where?
As in like, so in this country. Oh, my link is expired. Sorry.
Where do you live?
I'm in the UK. So obviously, you know, we're like relatively privileged here in general, of course. Sorry, bear with me.
So I live near like Portugal.
Oh wow, fair enough.
And Portugal is woke, I would say. There are tons of old elderly people who are mostly conservative, but Portugal follows the European standards for being a bit progressive.
Yeah, I can imagine. There was a whole thing about like decriminalizing drugs and stuff there, wasn't there? In Portugal.
Yes, the weed. But what's the thing about weed? They decriminalize it, but you can have it for you can have for personal use. But I think they would just catch your weed if you caught using it. I didn't get the point of it, but yeah.
Yeah, it's something like it's not legal, but they won't really do much about it if you have any or something.
Yes, it just it's not a crime.
Yeah. Yeah, no, with the trans thing, like there are certain like women are supposed to be able to get like single sex spaces in this country. And I think to a certain extent, certain spaces probably should remain like sex-based, if that makes sense. Like, I don't know if I think that male people should go in women's prisons. And there was a story, like, I think today I saw even about a trans woman that sexually assaulted someone in a female prison. So I think that there are certain places where kind of rights clash, and probably like women's rights tend to win out because there's more of them, you know. And it sort of is a bit more clear as to what a woman refers to as a trans person sometimes. Because to some people, it's just kind of calling yourself a thing, which I don't really think works, to be honest.
Yeah, I can see.
Does that make sense? But it is like complicated. I think as much as possible, trans people should be able to be like integrated into their new gender or sex in society. It's just that certain things it doesn't necessarily make a huge amount of sense to.
Yeah, sometimes you can't expect sense coming from this this counterintuitive word. You can't.
Yeah, of course, yeah. There's always gonna be arguments about something or other, I guess.
Do you vote on someone? Do you use your votes?
I vote, yeah. There's some like local
What?
elections coming up.
Cool. When you vote, you think first on the person identity or in their capacity of working?
I mean, it's more about like who they are and what kind of policies or whatever, which party they're with.
Okay, good point. Speaking about again my country, there's a trans woman in Brazil, Erica Hilton. Like, she got elected for the Women's Defense Commission in Brazil, and it was a massive backlash coming from again the conservative men. Like, is a politician should be educated or should be living what the people live? I don't understand it.
For like women's defense, I mean, it's going to be harder having not had the same experience, I guess. There's an awful lot of people I can see why they'd rather it was someone female that got that job, I guess. You do kind of wonder if there were no women at all that could have gone forward for it. But it also depends, like if they really are able to do a good job, then, you know, I guess fair enough. I can see why it rubs people the wrong way though.
Yeah. This situation got funny when you think that in some states, like not in the federal scenario, in regional, there are some commissions, like some, I don't know but like an organization inside the politics that cares for women. There are some parts of it in Brazil that it just charted by men, just cis straight men.
Yeah, of course. I'm gonna someone called Kitty Cat wants to join. I'm gonna let them in next, if that's okay.
Yeah.
I don't mind if you want to stick around.
Yeah, I was already planning to go.
Yeah.
Because my brain.
Oh, hello, how you doing? Can you hear me? I can hear you. Oh.
Hello?
Hello.
Can you hear me?
I can now, yes.
Okay, perfect. That was difficult trying to get to your Discord. So yeah, it's been so long. I was like, might as well actually call in because I've been like watching your channel for a long time.
Yeah, it's nice to talk to you.
Nice to actually hear from you too.
How is it going? How you doing?
Wait.
Oh. Oh, I muted. Told someone fent.
Hello?
Hello? I can hear you. Can you still hear me? Alright, we'll see what happens. They might come back, or she might come back. There isn't any topics. If people want to talk to me about whatever, they can. I've got nothing to do tonight. Working on a video, can't really be asked to react to stupid videos on YouTube, so we're doing this instead. Even if it's shit, this might end up being like unlisted, but it's fine. Having a bit of fun or whatever. People that want to join, you have to join the general/waiting room, and then I will drag you into live. Do I believe in a thing called love? I guess I do. Oh, here we go, here we go, here we go. Hello, you back?
Hello? I think I'm back. That was really weird. It just started to oh.
You're still here.
Okay, I'm still here. Okay, okay. So, I am back.
Yeah. I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, this is weird because I just keeps on replaying my, like, I can start to hear myself talk.
Oh,
so I don't know why it's doing that.
Do you have the stream playing? You might need to mute the stream so you can't hear the YouTube as well as the Discord call. Was it the stream playing? Was that it? Oh, you left. You're still in here. If it's echoing, it's probably because the stream is playing. So if you mute it in your YouTube window, it'll be fine. Unless it's something else, but I'm not sure what the problem is. So I don't know. You're still in the channel though, so you need to hang up. Oh. You're not sure? All right, hang on, I've got someone else as well. I need to hit the Buzzball song for some hype. Hi, can you hear me? I presume anyone that's joining the waiting room, I presume you want to be in live. So if you don't want to be in live, then shout at me and I'll take you out again. You're on a cell phone. Yeah, is it playing the stream at the same time? If you pause the stream or something, just turn off YouTube, then it won't echo. I do have the Buzzball song somewhere. I don't know if it'd be cringe to play it, is the only thing. There was a message on from like 2024. Okay, wow. How is chat doing? How is chat doing? You all good? You all good? This is a bit of a mess, but I kind of figured as much. We're just chilling. We're just chilling. It's fine. It's all good. Didn't have the stream playing. I don't know. It's possible it was coming. Like maybe my headphones are turned up too much. I can turn them down, but I don't really know. I need to know what the problem was, I guess. But yeah, I don't know. Someone else said they wanted to call in, but they haven't joined waiting room, so I can't really do much, unfortunately. That's what you gotta do. You want to talk, you have to do that. Do I feel the community of trans people who don't agree with the current spectacle of TRA are becoming more vocal? Kinda. You still don't really see, unfortunately, I think a lot of them are the kind that just have jobs and live normal lives. So I think there's always gonna be, the extremes are always gonna be like overrepresented on like YouTube and stuff. And it's quite a thankless task, so I think a lot of them just get sick of it and move on. I mean, I always want to hear from more people. Oh, Scope VT, you're the one that called. Okay, well, it was nice to talk to you. I hope you have a good evening. Oh, you're getting ready. Fair enough. That's fine. That's fine. But yeah, it's just waiting room. Yeah, I don't know. I'd like to see more trans people saying what they think that aren't just saying the same shit as everyone else. But I can kind of see why people don't bother, especially from my own experiences of doing the same. You do tend to just get shat all over for it, and not everyone wants to deal with that, and that's fair enough. And then, I don't know, life kind of gets in the way for people as well. Oh, that's fine, Carolytics. I do most things through Discord, so you can always like send me a message or whatever. What was I doing? Yeah, I think that Sky is posting a video soon. Sky Vitority. She stopped because she had a bereavement, but her stuff was always alright. People that aren't Buck Angel and Blair White. Well, that's the thing. Like, so many of them are just the other side of the coin to me. Like, I think the most frustrating thing for me, I used to like ContraPoints a lot, I guess, and I'm kind of, you know, I'm not sure how I feel about her anymore. But like, those kind of people, they don't appeal to me for like the opposite reason. Like, just because I'm not like a far left or a progressive, it doesn't mean that I automatically want to hear from like MAGAs and shit necessarily. What do I think of Andrew Wilson? He's a character for sure. He's entertaining, I'll give him that. Seemed to bait a liberal woman into calling it transphobic not to date a trans woman. She never said that. Yeah, a lot of those debate bros on the internet, they're all about like baiting people and trying to trip people up and get people into positions they don't necessarily actually hold, you know what I mean? And I'm not really about that kind of thing. You wanted to ask if I watched Present Sunday's replay of me and Aiko debating. I did not. Apparently he wanted me to call in, but it would have been like 4 a.m. or some shit. I haven't seen it, to be honest. Was that the debate, or was it the video I made? Yeah, I don't know. I'm still kind of working him out. He's a funny one, I guess, but that's at least more interesting than a lot of people. Yeah, I don't often watch people reacting to me anymore. There's not much point. They can talk to me if they need to, I guess. Could it's weirdly quiet. Come on. It was irritating. He watched both. We'll get a bit of game audio because it's weirdly quiet. Yeah, I don't know. Was there anything specific that he said that was of interest or what? Because I know him and King Critical were like going back and forth, and they were meant to debate, and that never happened. What's weird is I kind of see them as a lot more similar than I think I would like to admit, but I don't know, maybe something will come together and they'll actually talk one day. I think that'd be the best. That'd be the optimal solution, I would say. Are you sharing in the waiting room? You're in the live right now. You're in the live, but you're on mute. So if you unmute and talk, you'll be on the thing. He kept pausing every second to infer what I was going to say and going on a 5-minute rant debating himself. Fair enough. I mean, I'll have to see it. Obviously, I'm taking your word for it. What I do find is I think he does make a lot of assumptions. He had this kind of thing about me being extremely vitriolic towards trans women, which, I mean, can be true. But I think there's a lot of assumptions being made. When him and Aiko talked as part of that video that I watched, that I made a video about, there was something about how I think that trans women have to dress like women to be trans, which isn't really true. Like, you have to be like categorizable as a woman, if that makes sense. Like, it has to make sense to other people to see you as a woman rather than a man. Like, you can't change sex, really. But you can like change gender. You can be perceived as the other. And so in those people's realities, you're a woman because they see a woman, even if you're male. And that's kind of where transition comes. There's no one way to that. Some people take dressing like a woman far too literally, and it ends up going back round and they're trying way too hard. And they actually just end up looking way more like a man. When if they're a bit more subtle and a bit more kind of, you know, like if you know what you're doing, people might see you as a woman. It's not just wearing a dress or whatever shit, you know. It's not just putting on as much makeup as you can. Like, it's appearing as a woman. It's people seeing you as a woman when you're not. That's like saying a woman who dresses like a boy is a boy, not a woman. Well, that's not my position. It's not about dressing like something. It's just about being seen as something. Like, the ultimate goal of most people's transition is to be seen as a woman even though you're not, and be treated like one. Because in those people's reality, you're a woman, therefore. Like, we have whatever objective reality is, or whatever exists, regardless of what people are perceiving. And then we have everyone's individual perception. And it's like, well, if a person sees you in the street and you're a male person, but they see that's a woman, then in that person's reality, you're a woman. That's you know, where people transition. That's how you change genders, ultimately. That's how I see it, anyway. Assuming what I thought and ranted that stance no one made was wrong. Fair enough. I might have a look at somewhere. To be honest, if that's what it's like, I can't really be fucked. Because I've kind of had a skinful of people making up my positions for me and not actually giving me the courtesy of being able to explain what I actually mean. There's a lot of very arrogant people out there that think they can tell me what I think. But I mean, you know, I am obviously assuming based on what you're saying. I don't want to say that that's for definite what was happening. I just can't really be asked for shit like that. What I said before was how some people think you can't be a woman without wearing women's clothes. Okay, fair enough. Yeah. To be honest, I think that was in service of comparing me to Brianna Wu, which people can do if they want, but it really doesn't make any sense to. Brianna Wu is like TRA as fuck, but like pretends not to be and is a fucking Zionist. So other TRAs don't like her, you know. I know, man, I ain't no Zionist and I don't like Brianna Wu, so that's kind of how that goes. But like I said, I haven't watched it. I would be assuming what Sunday was saying about me to just say, okay, that's definitely what he thinks and he's wrong. So I know, I'll see. Maybe I'll watch at some point. You hadn't given permission for microphone. Okay. There's a lot of people working out how to use Discord at the moment. But you're in the live at the moment, so if you speak, it'll be on my thing. You didn't finish the video. That's fair enough. I know. I don't listen. It's easier to talk to people a lot of the time. I don't really have time to watch everyone's like react to the things that I do. I don't want to be one of those people that like obsessively looks out for like every scrap of someone talking about them. Like I find that kind of shit weird. But yeah, Perplexed, you're in the live. I just can't hear you. You might have like your volume turned down or something. Also, if people are watching the stream, then you need to like mute or pause it if you're gonna be in live, because it's gonna like echo or whatever. Some trans women do need to check their residual patriarchy. I don't think it's so much the way you dress. Plenty of women wear baggy mass style clothes. Is how you carry yourself. Yeah. It's just about becoming It's just about becoming the woman in the eyes of others. There's no one route to that. And as harsh as it sounds, for some male people, there really isn't any route to that, you know? Like, if you're like some hench as fuck, like 6'7" rugby dude with a masculine as fuck face, you're probably just not gonna resemble a woman to other people. And that's harsh, you know? We have this kind of culture where everyone can be whatever they want and everyone gets a participation trophy, but, you know, I don't know. I couldn't be satisfied. If I could never resemble a woman to anyone, then I'd never be satisfied. I don't want people to pretend that I look like a woman or that they see me as one when they don't. That's the absolute last thing I want. So, I don't know. Like, I'm open to calling some male people women, I guess. Because I'm gonna see some as women, and it depends on what I see. And then the other thing is, like, if you resemble a man and you're in women's spaces, then you are potentially going to make someone uncomfortable, and I think more people need to be cognizant of that. There's quite a few people joining. If anyone wants to talk, you have to join general/waiting room. Hope we're doing well. By the way, make sure you like the stream. You can like the stream if you want to like the stream. Liking the stream is important. Oh, I can't hear you at all. I'm sorry. Let me just hang on. I don't have you muted. I've never spoken to you. How old am I? I am 35. Yeah, I don't have you muted. I can't hear you for some reason. I'm sorry. I used to watch some of his content when he made 3 live streams going over the crash out of Waterfall's history. The more I watch, the more I couldn't stomach the arrogance. I guess I get that. Like, when you're like arrogant as a content creator, it can work. But it depends how warranted it is, I guess. Like, I've watched some of his content that I've liked. But I don't know how much I consistently watch him, you know what I mean? It's the kind of thing that, like, sometimes something will appeal to me and sometimes it won't. Like, I found some of his, like, breadtube criticisms quite interesting. You know, some of the people like ContraPoints, honestly. People like Philosophy Tube that kind of, I think go for the aesthetic of being a bit more, like, radical left or whatever than they actually are. If that makes sense. Like, some of his stuff about that kind of thing was pretty good from what I remember. You know, the ones that are very scared to make, like, statements about anything, especially things like, you know, Gaza and shit. Like, it seems like the easiest time in the world to say, hey, I think what's going on there is actually quite wrong. But, you know, for someone like Philosophy Tube, they care more about their acting career, I think. And I think it's good to see people pulling that shit out. So some of his content I honestly appreciate. And I do think he's probably well-read and knows a lot about the shit that he talks about, even if I don't always agree with him. So I can at least respect him as someone that puts the work in. I think that there's some people that watch other people like that and just kind of take what they're saying and that's their take now too. And I hate that kind of shit. Does transitioning stem from a strong psychological identification or a deep yearning to be like or merge with the opposite sex? To be quite honest, I think it can come from lots of places. I think some people feel like they should be the other sex, or maybe even are the other sex, which I would say errs towards like delusion, but you know, there's lots of different ways. For someone like me, it was more kind of, that's what I want to be, you know what I mean? I don't think I ever was like, oh, I'm literally actually a woman, you know? I don't think I could, like, I always knew what my sex was. And that's not to say that I'm better than like other people or whatever, but I guess for me it was, you know, that's why I see a bit of myself in like AGP and stuff, and why I'm okay with kind of accepting that label to some extent, and kind of, you know, I don't want to say that it's like debunked and like it must be wrong because it's like unflattering or whatever, because I don't see it as like a fetish or whatever. I've heard it like described as like more of a romantic feeling potentially, like not just a sexual thing, and that kind of thing resonates with me because it's not like sexual for me, but it's, you know, it's hard to explain. It's hard to explain. I haven't watched anything about AGP in a while. I used to watch all like RayGP and shit like that, and it was kind of, it's the same as everything else. I have shit that I agree with and I have shit that I disagree with, you know, described as a sexual orientation. Well, yeah, I mean, you know, sexual orientation is kind of, it can be sexual, it can be more romantic, it can be a bit of both. Some people describe gay as much more, I want to date men as a man, rather than just wanting to fuck them, but I don't know, all these kind of concepts are, they mean different things to different people, I guess. Some people are somewhat asexual, but not aromantic, so to them it's much more, well, it's who I want to date rather than who I want to have sex with, if that makes sense. Yeah, I don't know what was happening permanently, I'm so sorry. What's a common misconception that drives me crazy? Geez, what about trans? I don't like the idea that you just think you are the other sex. I don't like the idea that you just identify as something and you are that thing. I think there has to be more to it. I think identity is kind of part of it. You have to kind of take on something to believe in it or whatever, if that makes sense. It's hard to explain what I mean, but the idea that it's, I identify as this, therefore I'm this, I don't really get. And like you get the odd trans person that you ask them and it's like, oh, well, I identify as the other sex. It's like, that tells me nothing, you know, that tells me nothing. Like most people can, you'd think people would be able to describe how they got to the place they are where they believe themselves to be trans and so transition, you know? You do believe it's a sexual fetish. Well, I mean, philia can refer to either sexual or just a liking for something. If you call someone an audiophile, that probably just means they like music or something like that, you know? And like, I don't know, what I've read on the subject is a bit more, it's a bit more nuanced, and there's like different like versions of it and stuff, and different manifestations. And I think if you're just narrowing it down to like a sexual thing and nothing else, then it probably doesn't actually describe many people. And at that point, I don't think it's a super useful concept. But it does refer to some people. I think there are some people that there is like a sexual thing about, oh, I want to be a woman, and it's, you know, I'm probably not explaining myself super well though. That's what happens when I stream when it's late. What are we doing? I haven't played this game much on PC. I have it on Switch. I'm like white is like the easy level. File is different from philia. Well, no, Malcolm was being shitty on my comment on Repzion's recent stream. Why? Because I was correct. He doesn't like me being correct, probably. I don't know, he's a fucking cringe lord, I don't really give a shit. He is actually quite smart and somewhat talented as an orator or whatever. He just sits there shitting on speds all day. It's like, okay man, sure bro. And I was completely correct. Repzion was in fucking Discord. I don't know who was listening to someone called Kathy that called in at the start of this stream. Repzion was in a Discord call with like femios and shit like that, where they're like shaping the content. He hasn't finished it yet. And then he just says that all femios did was criticize that. And it's like, that's not what happened. That's like complete bollocks. That's absolutely not where all this shit came from. So I mean, if he wants to be wrong, then fair enough. You can shit on my comment, but you know, as your fucking prerogative at that point, I don't give a shit. And also the other thing is the Repzion video was fucking embarrassing in general. Repzion's like threatening to go and like confront Firebat directly because they're in the same state and stuff like that. And all those people are egging him on. Oh, they'll call me a fucking poo toucher fucking endlessly. As if any of those fucking people haven't been doing the exact same shit the entire time. Sometimes worse. That Soap and Clay person was emailing Firebat for fucking months. Like, Aiko's got someone in her community that had been, like, communicating with him. One of Soap and Clay's friends apparently was one of Firebat's mods. I think Firebat deleted his channel, which is probably for the best. Quite honestly, he should fucking be a father. And if any... how do I put this? If any consequences do come from him sexually assaulting or beating anyone, then he needs to fucking take them on the chin and do the right thing. And that's all there fucking is to it, you know? Like, him being on YouTube is like the dumbest fucking thing. It's never gonna work. Not in a million fucking years. Yeah, all the poo touching shit is fucking gay anyway. Who gives a shit, to be quite honest? Who gives a shit, you know? If everyone just stops being fucking gay as fuck about poo touching, when everyone's a fucking hypocrite about it, then it's all good. It's all good. Everyone's fucking doing it. It's fine. Yeah, no, I don't fuck with any of those people. They can say what the fuck they want about me, quite frankly. I saw Firebat being yelled at for 30 minutes by Tanya because he was wearing a dildo in the shower without rinsing and leaving it there. Jesus fucking Christ. That's disgusting. He's gonna have to put that shit away when he's got a kid. Like, the chance of that kid finding some of that shit is very high. Like, you've seen how tiny his fucking flat is, you know? I know, man. I'm sure he'll be back with another YouTube channel and it'll be the same old shit or whatever. All Firebat and all those people, Repzion and fucking Malcolm and Femios and Aiko and wherever else, they're all made for each other, man. They all deserve each other. That's fine. Y'all can have your little weird fucking whatever the fuck. I don't give a shit. It's funny to watch Firebat, I guess. Just now and then. It's funny to watch from the sidelines, but that really is about it. And he's deleted his shit anyway, and it's like, okay, well, wow. Repzion seems intent on being a hero. Maybe, yeah. I mean, from what I know, he's kind of a massive lolcow in his own right. There was that thing about him interrupting someone's date or something that Brittany Simon was making fun of him for. I remember seeing that. It seemed deeply embarrassing. Apparently he was going around saying that actually it was just some shit he made up or something, which, okay, sure man. I know. That's how you know. That's when you know something is fucking dead, when it's people like that. He's even got the thing of like constantly referring to other things, like other dramas, constantly referring to like other so-called lol cows. He's even got that thing going on. So he's looking at a mirror in a certain sense. I'm just looking at something. The place to call in, by the way, is my Discord. There's a general waiting room if you want to talk, then you join that and I'll drag you into live, and that's how that works. Because if I just do it where anyone can call at any time, someone will try some shit, and I ain't here for that. And you should probably like the stream. Yeah, Repzion still talks about Onision. That's his thing, isn't it? Like, he's the Onision guy. He talks about Onision and he still gets decent views, and then he does this thing about Firebat and he gets about 8k views, and it's like, wow. And he doesn't know fucking anything about it, so. Like, you can tell, even the people that were new school like fucking ages ago, almost none of them watched my interview with him. Almost none of them actually know anything. It's just, oh, he's a rapist. Okay, wow. Well, yeah. There's a bit more going on. There's a bit more to it, you know. Watch my old shit about him. Hello, Samuel Chanel. Hope you're good. Hope you're good. This is a different kind of stream. I do apologize if it's odd. I don't know. I can't with the React slot right now. I'm just kind of fucking bored of it. I realize I hate most streamers and I hate most fucking React videos. I still only really ever go back to like Parry and like Chud and like Queeman sometimes, and that's about it. Like it's not something that everyone can do, and I think sometimes my stuff is alright in that regard, and sometimes it's kind of terrible. If I watch most of my old shit, I'd probably fucking hate it, to be honest. So I know we're kind of trying new things, and I'm doing a lot more written stuff. I have a thing on trans brains that I've been working on that hopefully should be good. There's not really a decent video about it. Like usually it's people uplifting it as something worth taking seriously, and I don't see it that way. I think we're trying to legitimize trans in a way it doesn't need legitimizing. Wouldn't fucking matter. I bet any trans person you ask, it wouldn't fucking matter if their brain looked like a stereotypical cis person brain. You know what I mean? So I don't really see the point. I don't actually know how good this run is, to be honest. Which it does look like other brains in general. The thing is, brains aren't really very sexed at all. It was interesting like reading some of the history of like psychology, how often it was kind of framed from the perspective of, well, men are better than women, and what we find is going to confirm that. It was the same like some of it was very like white supremacist as well. There was an interesting thing I read from like the 1890s or something. What was it? Women's dress sense was indicative of like their retarded development or something like that. They were drawing a lot of parallels with like, what was it? With like what they were calling primitive races, which I guess means black people or something. It is very interesting and probably offensive to many people to read now. But it's all in service of. And the other thing I read a lot about was what was it called? The corpus callosum. There was a big thing in the early 90s with the corpus callosum because they found a difference between men and women in like one study. And it wasn't actually very well founded. There's been other studies that have found completely the opposite or no difference. But like in the early 90s, you'd get all these like these articles where it's like, oh, what was it? There was some crazy quotes. I'd have to find it, but you know, putting to bed all these like feminist ideologues that think that if women were more encouraged, then they'd be better at maths or something. Whereas like these days, women are massively outcompeting men when it comes to education. So I don't know. Yeah, some of that was very interesting. So when you're talking about sex brains, you're already kind of stigmatized with that kind of thing. And you have to make sure you're not falling into the same trap that we've been falling into for a really, really long time. So yeah, all that stuff's been interesting. I've got a bunch of shit saved. I have a bunch of shit saved. there was at least one study suggesting it was like cortical thickness or something is like higher. We assume it's higher in women, and then we're saying it's also higher in trans women. But then when you go back and check the first claim, it's like, well, some studies find it's higher in women, some in men, some don't really find a difference. So it's like, I don't know, we're looking at it in the wrong way, I think. I don't think trans is, if it's going to be found in the brain, it's probably not going to be found in the brain via, this is something that looks a bit more like the average female brain than the average male brain, this specific part or whatever. I don't think that's going to be the way it's done. It would have to be some like gene or something, and it might manifest in a completely different way. And the most you can say with like female and male brains is like, it's two averages that overlap like very, very, like, you know, almost entirely, you know. But yeah, so it'll be interesting. It'll be good to make a video about that. I haven't really seen a good one yet. There's a lot of people that make some pretty crazy claims, and it's just extremely unnecessary. It's unnecessary to say, oh, trans has to be real and valid because there are like certain changes in the brain, you know what I mean? Like that might just not be it. And it doesn't necessarily need that. It's more, I don't know, just someone like me. If people see me as a woman, then that's what matters. What my fucking brain looks like is neither here nor there. The difference is a hardwired area that releases hormones to develop sexual functions in puberty. That's about it. Yeah, that seems to be the main thing. And I think the conclusion should be towards, well, there's actually very little that men can do that women can't do, or vice versa. And society should probably reflect that, you know? Like even looking at the 90s versus now, where women are like outperforming men education-wise, it kind of shows how backwards we've been for a really, really long time. Can we as trans women adopt the term bonus hole for our neo-vaginas? I don't have a problem with people doing that. I would never say that myself. It would sound a bit odd coming from me, I think. Hey, I've got a bonus hole. I don't know if I can get away with that. I'm too well spoken. Okay, Marriott wants to join. Here we go. Hello, you're live. How you doing?
I'm doing great. How about yourself?
Yeah, I'm good. Let me just turn you up slightly. One sec. Ooh. Okay, I think that's better. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing great. I just have one question, like from like everything that's happened with Firebat. Why do you feel like it's a good idea to record the private conversations of content creators that you're ostensibly at least acquaintances with? I don't know like how deep of a friendship you two might have had. Yeah, I'm talking about Trough, yeah.
Yeah, so with the Trough, what was happening at the time was the whole Sarah Faye thing had just come out. Like, she told a story. The way Firebat was acting was fucking unhinged. I don't know if you remember. Like, where he was, like, threatening her. He was, like... He'd go and find, like, old Trough streams. So he could find her in chat. So he could, like... It's almost like he was finding any scrap of her left and shit like that. And that shit was, like, freaking me out. And to be honest, maybe I was being overly cautious. But I spoke to Trough about it, and he seemed much more kind of... Like, you saw the DM if you've seen the video, I presume. Where he seemed to kind of see where I was coming from, that it looked fucking insane, and that it didn't seem like the best idea, sort of integrating his victim into, like, a snark, like, community, around him. So then we ended up having a conversation after that. And I think after maybe 10 minutes, I just started getting this feeling that, like, this guy is gonna try and fuck with me. He's gonna say all this shit. He's never gonna say any of it publicly. And he's gonna treat me like I'm insane in public. and that everything he's doing is fine, when he's saying to me very much that he's audience captured and he actually does agree that it's pretty fucked up and that there's a lot of potential for like shit going wrong. So that was why I recorded that call.
So it was based on on just like a vibe that you got from him, basically.
Yeah, I just didn't think he was gonna follow through. I didn't think he was gonna be real with everyone else. I felt like he was gonna say one thing to me and something else to everyone else, and I didn't want to necessarily live that way, you know. I didn't want to be the fall guy for some shit because I was being cautious, when it very much seemed like something bad could happen. And to be honest, I was being overly cautious in that way. I'll admit to that, because nothing really did happen.
Would you or have you ever done this with any other content creators that you are speaking to?
No.
Okay, well, I guess it answered my question. I'm not really here to defend the Frost character. You know, I think he's done some pretty terrible things, but I also think the way that you and other creators have treated him has been very poor, I guess. So I just wanted to have, I at least just wanted this question to be answered.
That's fair enough.
Honestly.
You know, I had my issues with him or whatever. It kind of is what it is. Like, he kind of got sunk a little bit. I don't know how bad I feel for him, but I guess there's like worse out there than the trough, I'll say that much, you know.
Sorry, we'll have a wonderful night.
Yeah, you too. Have a good one. There we go. It's standard in commentary to record calls. I don't even record most calls. I just thought he was going to snake me on that one. I didn't want him to know that I hadn't recorded any other calls, but like, that was the thing. The amount of bullshitting he did. Like, I think people didn't realize how ridiculous it all was, to be honest. But you know, it was all a means to an end, and it was a fun little arc or whatever. Listen, Trough actually has kind of an entertaining like persona on stream. If he didn't just agree with all of his fucking audience and affirm everything that they want to hear and found some decent content, that's his problem. He doesn't have a fucking instinct for the content. He doesn't really have anything that he specifically like kind of just talks about a lot. Then we got into the Firebat thing. Like, I don't know, he could do something. Apparently he wants to do like IRL shit. If he wants to do that, then fair enough, I'll check it out at some point. But I don't know, man. The end of the day, I realized that people like him and Femios were far more worth making fun of than people like Firebat. So hey, any specific topic or just anything? I'm just anything really. Preferably stuff I'm able to actually talk about, but I don't know. I don't mind. People can more or less ask me about whatever they want. Just like join waiting room if you wanna talk for a bit. What drama is next now Trough stuff is over? Well, I mean, I already fucked with Ico. I can't really be asked with that anymore. I don't know. A lot of the drama shit, I just don't actually give much of a shit about. If it's fun for me, I'll fuck with it. When it stops being fun, or if I feel like, you know, I can pass it on to someone else, then I'll just fucking do that, you know? Those people all like deserve each other at this point. They're all lining up behind fucking Repzion, which is exceptionally embarrassing. Tell us about my music. I don't know what there is to say. I mean, I have a couple of little recordings I made of just like playing guitar and bass and stuff that I sent to my friend who plays drums, but I don't know. I'll make something again eventually. Hello, hi. Can you hear me?
Oh, do you know, I do that thing sometimes where I talk on mute for about 10 seconds before I realise that...
I know the feeling, don't worry. At least once per stream, I'm like, just my mouth's moving and nothing's coming out, and I'm on mute. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing all right. I'm doing okay. I was just kicking rocks basically. I had a bit of free time this evening, so I thought I'd see what you're up to.
You were live earlier, weren't you?
I was, yeah. I did a little live before. It was quite a heavy one, but it was fun.
Yeah. What was it about? I saw some of the usual crowd on the thumbnail.
Yeah. So basically, one of the auditor lovely peoples was their Discord was investigated by an undercover bylines reporter who did a news story on the article. Did an article on the Discord. It's quite horrible, but he invited women in general. Just if any women want to give me their take and tell me what it is that they think I've done wrong, then do so. And someone got in touch with me and they had like a 23-page response that was actually really, really beautifully, amazingly done. So we just talked about that for the most part, and they went in depth about auditors in general. It was quite cool.
Yeah, I'll have to have a look. I didn't catch it earlier. I'm usually busy on Sundays. Was it someone I know, the Discord owner?
Possibly. That Bear Britain audits. I don't know if you do though. I'm not too sure if you've done anything on them. But
name rings a vague bell. Bear Britain audit.
Yeah, that's the one. You type so fast. I swear.
I type very badly as well. I'm like that with handwriting. I write super fast but super messy.
Yeah, I've managed to master both. I am both slow and still messy. Just how my brain operates.
He's quite big, this person.
Yeah. They were posting pictures of what they think is my home and stuff, and
oh my God.
all that stuff recently. That was quite a fun one. Yeah. So like in that Discord, the article goes on about there's like a triple X rated plus section where they do all this gross stuff in there, and then like there was like articles and like posts on how to buy semi-automatic weapons and things.
Jesus. There's an article, I presume, about this.
Yeah. The Byline Times, they did an investigation into it. Yeah, it's I only know about it really because just as the article dropped, he decided to his considerable audience do a live stream, being like, "I didn't do anything wrong."
Always a good sign.
Always a good sign.
Yeah, I haven't been talking about that lot, to be honest. Like all the copyright stuff really kind of threw me off with that, because it's like I don't know how to talk about this shit. Because I watch
mean, you
stuff,
can certainly
and that's what
talk.
I do,
Yeah, it is difficult. When I went through, did you get the did you have the whole strike removed and go through the whole Counter-Strike process?
Yeah, so there were 4 copyright strikes, and at one point, because the first one was that Jarmaine or whatever, Jarmaine Unfiltered.
Yeah.
I just kind of left that one and re-edited my video with an extra bit bitching about him. And then I got like 3 more. And then it was like, okay, your channel's going to be deleted in a week. So it's like, okay, well, I guess I have to do something about this now. So, yeah, I ended up pushing back against all of them. And like, at that point, they need to get legal. Otherwise,
yeah, they need to prove that they're taking you to court, yeah.
Yeah, so it all just got reinstated. And I mean, I guess it kind of worked out on their end, because I doubt... The thing is, like, YouTube says that they don't like people doing that kind of stuff. But it's like 6 times, I think, it's happened to me. And I've no idea what kind of consequences come to anyone that's done it. And like,
the trouble is, they take it case by case, don't they? They go, yeah, which is quite...
Because if they've never done it before, then they're probably not going to do very much. Like a slap on the wrist at best. Like, don't do it again. But like, it ended up, like the video it was on and a couple of the others, like the main one was that scripted one that I did. And that one has ended up getting like 500 views or something, which, I don't get a huge amount these days, but that still is like shit, you know what I mean? it kind of, by
Yeah.
the time it came back up, it wasn't super relevant anymore. So they kind of, in a way, they still kind of got what they wanted, which is annoying. But I don't know. It's out there for all to see now. Like, people can see, someone like Breaks especially, like, it's very, very clear, like, how violent that person is, and that's still out there regardless, you know?
Yeah, 100%. It's it also, you know, I mean, nothing says like I'm just a harmless content creator more than striking, you know, channels that are significantly smaller than yourself because they, you know, showed some of your content. The way that they misuse it, it is shame. I had a similar one around the same time, and a few people I know did. Even, do you know the creator Femi F Politics? Quite a large creator.
Yeah, vaguely.
Jermaine struck him as well. Like he was covering the Hannah Spencer thing. Yeah, like I say, really quite a large decent creator. You know, quite a politically influential person, to be fair. And yeah, even them, they're going for everyone. It's just what they did at the time. They went through a whole thing. Everyone got it, I think.
Yeah, it's a weird one. Like that. Breaks and MKR knew who I was already. Because I was like very gender critical, I guess. And I watched some stuff where I was a bit more sympathetic. And they ended up watching like some of my reacts and stuff. And, you know, it was obvious we had like differences, especially like politically, but it seemed like normal enough. But like the more I watched of them, the more I'm like, okay, these people are actually just probably fucking fascists, you know? So I kind of cooled off on it. And then Breaks ended up having a problem with something I said about them chasing a guy down in Cottages Cove or whatever. And I offered to let her call in, and she was like, okay, sure, how do I do it? So I gave her the way of doing it and just never heard from her again. So I made like the first thing about her and that lot. I never heard anything from that. And then I made the Hannah Spencer thing. And then she's like going on about like content theft and like, you know, all this other shit. Like, you know, oh, this guy punched me and stuff. It's like, okay, man. you won't even call in to like defend like anything. So I don't know.
I know. And then they lose the claims.
Yeah. Well, they don't care. I don't think they just want to shut people up. They probably don't even know how any of that shit works. I don't think they're super intelligent in that respect.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you made me laugh to the point where I have to cough now. Sorry. Sorry, yeah, I've got a bad chest at the moment.
That's okay. But yeah, I've been thrown off a bit. Like I do wanna talk more about that shit, because as much as I'm not like really a leftist or anything, but the far right shit still really, really bothers me. I don't think you need to be a leftist to not like the far right, if that makes sense.
No, absolutely, and that's yeah, it's one of those things that the far right, one of the first and many victims of the far right is just the general right and right centre people. You know, they always get caught up in the same sort of bracket, don't they?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know, man. Like,
as much as the rest.
I'm not. If reform wins, I'm not looking forward to it. I don't see it working out super well. I think the idea of like cutting taxes a whole bunch. Probably not cutting much spending towards elderly people because that's their voter base. And then cutting immigration and maybe even spending a whole bunch of money on cutting immigration and getting rid of people. That sounds to me like, you know, whatever austerity shit we had before, it's going to be that on steroids. I'm not really into that, you know.
Yeah, and it's shocking. But I looked at the voter intentions for where I'm from in Wales, and it looks like most of Wales is looking to vote for the Independent Party. So if we do get independence and reform do get in England, we will take some asylum seekers. It's fine. You guys can come over. we'll look after you. Do
you think Welsh independence would happen, or?
No, I mean, it's certainly far more popular than it ever used to be, looking at the voter intentions, there's significant amounts of people that are interested in like Plaid Cymru and, you know, independence parties. It's a much bigger conversation, but Scotland have got their act together, and, you know, their sort of like a Leave campaign is far more powerful than ours, and it didn't work, you know what I mean? So I don't think it's anytime soon. Yeah,
how would Wales do on its own? Does it have much of an economy?
We're not too bad. We don't do too bad. We've got a few industries and things, and we've got a lot of renewable energy properties and things. But the good thing is there's not actually that many of us, so it's not you know, we don't have to cater for like You guys have like 50, nearly 60 million sort of people, or somewhere around there.
Yeah, I mean it'll be interesting. It does kind of seem like Reform are peaking a little bit, so I think it's going to be quite an open race, I guess. I think the Tories are even looking a bit better than they were previously.
Yeah, it's because most of the Tories have gone to Reform. It's just about to like get some new people in, and we don't know how evil they are yet. But
Jenrick and Braverman are like higher ups. I guess we all saw it coming. It's going to be all those people just back again. Like, there's going to be a lot of people that don't want that shit. I've got no problem with like the Tories like moderating. I think that's a good thing, to be honest.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I was, I mean, as of late, Kemi Badenoch is doing a very good job of being the opposition. You know, she's calling for the right thing, she's doing and saying the right stuff. But, you know, that being said, they still don't have, you know, anything really. And nobody's ever going to trust the Tory again. Not for a long time, not after the 14 years of austerity and, you know, just crashing the economy. And with the way that things have worked out with Keir Starmer, I don't think anyone's going to trust Labour either. So, you know, I think those two are firmly out of the race.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't honestly had too many problems with the current government. I think where I'm at, I've sort of been okay with like the local Labour kind of council. Like, they actually did. We had a lot of hotel protests. I don't know how I'll talk about this without revealing too much about where I am. But like, we had loads of like far right marches come down like a very busy street in a very multicultural area, where there's like loads of foreign businesses, there's like a lot of mosques, there's a lot of, there's a mosque, there's some other stuff. You know, all sorts of people feeling very threatened by a lot of this. And the local council managed to get it so they can't come down this like busy like high street anymore. And that's something I'm super grateful for, because these things were like, every week it was like so fucking noisy. You'd hear like people almost getting in fights and shit like that. It was just getting ridiculous. So I think the fact that they stepped in and dealt with that, I think locally they've done quite a good job, to be honest.
That's good. That is good. I mean, you know, it's it's one of those things. It's a nuanced approach, isn't it, when it comes to, you know, how a government's performing and everything else, and, you know, obviously individuals and their lives and things. You know, and it all matters. I will say one thing though. At the moment, as far as Labour go, I mean, at least we're not in another never-ending Middle Eastern war right now, and I think that was a good move.
Yeah.
You know, there's a lot of different governments that would have just followed Donald Trump right into the mess there.
Yeah, Trump has gone fucking insane, man. I can't imagine, like, I can't imagine living there.
It is mental, isn't it? It's so alien. I never thought we'd ever, and he has so much power as well over like everything, you know, just the way the world works. And like, he could just tank our economy tomorrow, just have a little tariff, there you go, you're in recession. And then the big orange, if he wasn't the president, he would be such a character.
Yeah, it'll be interesting what happens when someone has to pick up the pieces, I guess. Kind of seems like the Democrats aren't really anywhere, and then like, who fucking knows what the Republicans are going to look like when he's gone.
Yeah, who, JD Vance? Like, who fucking like, who wants that?
Yeah, you saw about him, the so-called assassination attempt, right?
I have seen that. It's a lot of assassinations on one man, and he just doesn't understand the stochastic nature of his like persona. Like, he just doesn't get it. I think it was. I think it would be very difficult to arrange sort of like false flag, if quote unquote, you know, or fake assassinations in. I just don't think that, you know, it's really feasible without, you know, a whole bunch of people being involved and then coming out and saying, oh well, you know, obviously it was. You know what I mean? I don't know. I think it looked real. I've got no reason to think it wasn't.
Yeah. We'll probably never know, to be honest.
No. I mean, if it wasn't real, if it was fake, that would be, you know, the best acting that man has ever done ever.
Well, maybe we'll find out one day. I don't know. I have a feeling like when he dies, there's going to be a fucking hell of a lot of stuff come out.
Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah. Because when we without even getting in the conspiratorial grounds of it, just based off the things that we know, like how many times was his name mentioned in the Epstein files, and the man is an adjudicated rapist, and like, do you know what I mean? Like, there's all this other stuff, and like, oh god, it's yeah, gross.
I don't know. It's a situation. Dude's fucking nuts. I don't know. I don't know. It couldn't have been me like voting for someone like that. I don't know. I guess I get why people end up voting for people like that. It couldn't have been me. Definitely not.
Why do you think people vote for people like that? Because honestly, I'm clueless.
I think a lot of people, like, things don't really change. I don't think. Like, whoever's running the country, changes are incredibly like small and incremental. I don't know, like maybe this is something I shouldn't say, being that I'm not from the country or whatever, but it kind of seems like people have like short memories, you know? And so if things aren't going well in a couple of years, it's like, well, the government must be to blame. If they can't afford like fucking petrol and shit, okay, maybe the other ones have the solution. Yeah, I don't know. People get fed up quickly, I think. And I don't think either of them are really changing much to improve things, unfortunately.
I do, yeah, I have to agree with the traditional parties and everything else that with everything that we've experienced so far, you know, would say that that's an absolutely valid take, absolutely. Yeah, I think that, like, personally, I think it's kind of like a Joker thing where some folk just want to watch the world burn, and they were like, oh, look, it's the big orange funny man, let's...
Yeah.
Like, you know, there's certainly an element of that, and there was a lot of people whose pockets are definitely heftier because of it, but, you know, a lot of campaigning went involved. But, I guess I'll never personally understand. He just seems so repugnant that, you know, he's doing a good job, right?
I mean that appeals to some people, I think. Saying what we're all thinking and all that, if you believe that.
Yeah, and some of the things that man said as well, like, oh god, it's yeah, like everyone just collected all the red flags, and they were left holding all these red flags, and they were like, I think we made a mistake. But I am gonna have to. I'm gonna have to shoot off. I need to get my dogs out quickly while it's cool. Get this husky out, and I'm gonna go chill with my old man for a bit on the chat. And yeah, it was great to chat with you. It was really good to catch up. And
I'll try and check out your stream from earlier because that sounds interesting.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. Yeah, it'd be great, fantastic. Hope you enjoy it and stay safe. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, have a good one.
Bye.
Time is it? Oh, it's still quite early. I say it's like 11:30. My partner's gone out, so I'm like, I ain't got nothing to do all evening. She won't be back till like fucking 3 a.m. or something. JD Dunst. I've not heard that one before. That's a good one. I'm getting quite tired. I don't mind if anyone else wants to talk, then general / waiting room. I'm clearly a insightful person with things to say about anything. Gavin Newscomb. Yeah, I do honestly wonder who the next fucking Democrat guy is gonna be. Doesn't seem like there's much going on there at the moment. It's quite fun. It's quite fun watching endless like lib podcasts doing all this. Where did we go wrong, guys? Guys, where did we go wrong? We lost to Trump again. Where did we go wrong? We gotta fix the party, guys. Like, wow. Doesn't help not to have anyone representing what the people want. Yeah, that's what I mean. It feels like whichever party you get, sorry. Like, nothing really changes. I mean, if I was American, I'd pretty much always be like blue no matter who, because they just generally seem like the better option. But it's like, I think you'd have to look long and hard to find someone that I would vote Donald Trump over, you know? And like, maybe I agreed with like the fucking trans sports thing, and technically, yes, I think it's a good thing to ban something like that, but that's kind of, you know, I don't understand people that would literally vote based on that kind of thing, you know? It's not... There are more important things, I guess. It's just something that I wish would chill the fuck out on. You're making your way to the Black Cave. You can say that, I can't, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. The world is what it is. Oh, you want back in? Okay. Hello, hello.
Hello?
Hi, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, and I think I figured it out, so...
Oh, cool. Nice. It's good to meet you.
It's good to, well, hear from you and actually have, you know, a discussion and stuff, because, yeah, like I said, I've been following you for a long time.
Yeah.
So, which is interesting, because I guess people would consider me to be very gender critical and turfy. So yeah, I'm just interested about asking you why you seem to have really gone away from gender critical sort of, you know, aspect. And because I know you were pretty gender critical for a while. I myself I consider myself a gender abolitionist, but yeah. I was curious what sort of reasons and, you know, that kind of made you kind of vie away from that into more of a nuanced perspective, I guess, now. So, yeah.
Like, with gender abolition, I still believe in a lot of it. Like, I think realistically, the amount of things that only men or only women can do is extremely small. And we probably don't need kind of, you know, unwritten rules about men should do this and women should do that when it shouldn't make much difference. I think I feel like gender is inevitable, if that makes sense. I think that things like fashion are always going to exist. Things that women kind of organize a bit more around and things that men organize a bit more around are always going to happen. It's hard to explain exactly what I mean, but I think there's an inevitability there. There's a certain amount to which like the sexes kind of just divert in some ways. And I guess I don't see a problem. Like, how do I fuck? It's hard to explain, it's quite late, but I'll do my best. I don't really see a problem with like using gender to cross kind of some sex boundaries. It just depends on what the boundary is. Like, some of them should remain and some of them probably aren't such a big deal, I guess.
Yeah.
I think really the best way is to identify.
To see your...
Yeah, and like sometimes the trans people are gonna have to suck it up and use the men's room or use the men's facility or be put in a men's prison or whatever. It depends on the actual. It depends on the actual situation, and sometimes, like something like bathrooms, I tend to be more lax on because, you know, no one guards them or anything. Like, we expect people to just kind of sort themselves. And really,
yeah, that's another thing I was curious about was the bathrooms, just because I don't really. My issue is that everyone's perspective on the trans, like, and what people, you know, perceive someone to be trans or not is different. So I don't know how fair it is to expect people to know if they pass or not in certain contexts.
Well, it's never going to be perfect,
so it just makes it a little. Yeah, so I don't really know the solution to that myself either, but that's just, you know, my take.
I don't think there ever will be a perfect solution, unfortunately. There's always going to be issues. There's always going to be, you know, whatever we do, unless we do put like security on bathrooms, you're going to get the odd man who has got nothing to do with trans and they just want in on a space they don't belong in or something.
Yeah.
I think that's always going to be an issue. And like, people are going to have to just like sort themselves. And there should be avenues if there's problems for women. And they shouldn't be like, you know, denigrated as like bigots and shit like that. I don't think that's fair to do at all.
Yeah, well, that's another thing is I'm wondering if there's any way to sort of implement something where, like a law, like a business law, where you have to have at least one gender neutral space if you're going to have one. I don't know if that would be a better solution. I don't know.
Yeah, those spaces are a good idea as much as possible. You're always going to get places that can't afford to implement that, or it's not realistic that they can. And obviously people still have to go somewhere.
Those spaces usually have like a single stall. Like I know when I go to like a restaurant or whatever, and they'll have men and women, but they'd be single stalled. So it's like, it doesn't really matter. Like those can be gender neutral. Who cares, right? So if it's going to be like a bigger place, like a venue and stuff like that, they pretty much already have to have like enough stalls that they have a big enough space that, I mean, I don't see why they couldn't just create a gender neutral option. I don't know, but that's just my thoughts on that.
It depends on the place, I guess. I think it is the best way, like just having an extra option. And again, you know, trans people kind of sucking it up. You get people like, do you know who Robin Moira White is?
That sounds familiar.
She's
Tell me.
Trans, I think she's like a barrister or something in the UK. And she's like talking about not wanting to use like third space ghettos or something, and like that kind of shit does need to go away. Like that is like, ridiculous. You know?
I'm from Canada, so and I've got a lot of trans politicians who do the same thing, like Morgan Ogre or whatever the last name is, but like it's so offensive in Canada, but it's super bad here, right? So we have actually like hate speech laws that will actually attack you for even questioning trans, right? And so it's a little bit different here in Canada than I think it is, say, in the UK and in like America and stuff like that. Like they've really fallen into this, you know, hate speech sort of attitude that just is hate speech just to question things or whatnot, right? And people have been like fined for it. I've had cops come to my house when I questioned my son's school curriculum, and I've been like confronted by the police. But because it's just really bad in Canada.
What was it you questioned?
Some of the teaching materials about, like, I think it was like in 3rd grade, about like sort of just teaching them that trans is like just should be an accepted kind of thing, right? So you could be a boy or you could be a girl if you're a boy, and vice versa, and that's definitive, right? And they just it was just really weird. It's like, why are you even like teaching that? Like, because like it's confusing in that area. You don't need to be teaching it in such a young age. Like kids don't really care, for one, and we should just be accepted that people are people, right? Like I don't think that it's good to teach kids that gendered stereotypes need to be for, you know, feminine needs to be women, and then, you know, masculine, you know, stereotypes, it means boy. Like that's just very confusing, and it just doesn't belong in an elementary school. So
how did they define like trans in the school that you
trans?
Went to?
Pretty much anyone who says they're trans.
Yeah,
that's how they define it. It's not defined at all, like any sort of definitive meaning, right? or it's just whoever says what they are is what they are.
Yeah, that's like way too far for me, to be honest. Like the idea,
it's pretty bad here.
The idea that it's based purely around self-identity is just, it doesn't work. Like it's never gonna work,
right?
And like with kids, I think, like I don't know, I lean towards that's probably not something they need to be dealing with at that age. So I tend to be against that kind of shit. And I think in general I like free speech, I guess. I don't think much should count as hate speech, I guess.
Yeah. Also, like we had that recent school shooting where the person who was trans, and even just bringing up that, well, maybe we should be giving them like a lot of more mental health avenues. Like, we'll get you banned, right? And I tried doing that and I've got blocked and all that. But it's like, I'm advocating for more healthcare services to people, and you're so ideologically focused that you're dismissing that. Like, I don't understand how you think that that's a bad thing, right? You don't just trans someone and then let them go on their own and say, oh, cured. Like, they have other, usually, you know, coordinated issues, like mentally speaking, right? That you should probably look into because, mental health is kind of, a thing that probably, if it doesn't get treated, could end up in this situation. Like, why would you want to look at that?
Yeah.
Because the healthcare in Canada is super horrible right now. There's so many hospitals closing down. There's like nowhere, like if I go to like the emergency room where I'm at, and I have a hospital in my city, I've had to wait almost 72 hours for them to see me. I had to wait there overnight.
What was it for?
In the emergency room?
If it's okay,
I got vertigo. I've never had vertigo before, so I thought I was having a stroke, and I literally had to sit and wait in the waiting room for overnight and long periods until finally someone saw me. And there's been cases where people have died trying to actually get themselves to a hospital because it's just so far away from where they live. So it's pretty bad here. So we should really be looking at the mental health situation, but that's going to take a lot of restructuring of the healthcare system in general. But nobody wants to talk about that part.
Problem is
so
usually,
that's.
I don't know if Canada's like the UK where we're kind of broke, I guess. Because like a big thing here is like you can transition on the NHS, but it takes like years and years and years. But you can't really expect the government to give a lot of money to that right now because the NHS in general is struggling. I don't know if you have a similar kind of thing to the NHS. Like it's struggling in general, so like we can't really expect.
It is different.
Yeah.
They have programs and grants now to help fund those things from the general public, but nothing else gets funded.
Yeah.
So that's like part of the issue too, but what they're doing is they're just transitioning them and then throwing them out. Like they're not trying to give them extra services or anything like that to deal with, other issues that might be, involved. So they just think that surgery and hormones will cure the whole thing, which is a problem, which is why you probably end up with like scenarios that, like I said, happened recently with that shooter, because the shooter was still a kid. Like, so how much are we going to put the blame on him instead of society in general and how it functions at this moment,
Yeah, I get you. Yeah, I mean the affirmation model has its like pros and cons, especially when it's like young people. I'm very uncomfortable with a lot of the trans and kids stuff because kids are very changeable, and like I don't subscribe to the idea that like your gender identity fixes like at an early point in your life. I think most people's gender identity like changes because it's very.
I think most people's identity
really.
Changes. Well, yeah, I think most people's identity changes over time throughout their life. Like that's another thing too, is that they're just so young and they obviously don't comprehend the consequences in the same way down the road. They can't foresee a future and to make plans upon it. Like when people in the sort of trans rights sort of avenue try to express, well, they can just pause it and then we can freeze their eggs if they do choose to transition. It's like, yeah, but you're freezing their like that when they haven't gone through puberty yet, so they're not developed enough to be able to have working eggs and sperm to usually maybe go and claim later and try to like use that for fertility issues later on, because they're children like before puberty. At least that's how it is in Canada. Like in Canada, it's well known to like transition kids that before they even reach puberty. Like it's pretty bad here. So that argument alone doesn't really do anything, because you need them to go through puberty also to help with their brain development. Like you're literally halting their brain development. Let's just forget everything else. Like that's got to be like that's abuse, at least in my mind. And when I say that, I don't mean parents or anything like that. I'm talking about the system in general, who that I find that they're abusing their authority over it, because they're the ones recommending this shit. But that's my thoughts.
It's going too far in some places. Like I think when you're an adult, you can conceive of what your life is going to be like, I guess.
Exactly.
Like, I have a problem with the idea that kids are like deciding at like say 12 or whatever whether they're having their own kids or not. And I don't know, I've only heard this colloquially. I'd need to get a source on it, but apparently plenty of these kids, they're asking if they want to like save their gametes or whatever, and they're not even bothered.
Yeah.
They're just like they don't know what they're going to want later in life, I just think the kids thing is, like we need to probably take that off the table, certainly for the
Yeah.
For the meantime.
Yeah, because like even if they are like 12 and under and they decide to keep their gamete, whatever, that doesn't even mean that's going to be like able to use fertility technologies to, like IVF or whatever, or even use their gametes because they're so young that those gametes haven't developed. Puberty is what develops them a lot of the time. So there's that as well. But yeah, I think it's also mostly just my issue with that is the brain development. You're literally stopping development of their brains, and that's not really getting touched upon or studied a lot. But we should probably know like what we're doing to these kids and the way of the development of their brain, because that's horrible. Can you imagine? I could not imagine like growing up actually at the time that it's now, because I know that I was a tomboy when I was a kid, and that's what really scares me, just because I have that sort of perspective of what I could have done to myself. And so the fact that people hand wave it away is just crazy to me. But
yeah, I think like a big problem is a lot of the kids transitioning. It's going to be quite a while before we really see like how it is. Like there wasn't historically very many. So I think there's a lot we don't know. Like we're doing like a trial in the UK, which a lot of the gender critical types are very against, altogether.
Yeah.
But Hilary Cass was for it, the Cass review. And I actually agree with her. I think you do need to, like, if the studies aren't good enough and the evidence isn't good enough, that does suggest that then we need more evidence. And there is like demand for it and stuff. So I do support doing it. And like, if it's a better study and because it's quite long term, I think it seems okay. It's kind of stalled out again at the moment. But if we're basing policy on something that we've actually done that is based on a criticism of it not being good enough up to this point, then I think that's a much better idea than just saying no and it constantly coming back up and back up because we're not entertaining it. And then other people don't want to entertain it. They just want to allow it for all,
Right. Yeah. No, I agree totally. But again, in Canada, I've actually recommended like going through like to people anyways about going through the Cass report and, following that sort of, agenda, and that's seen as transphobic. So yeah, it's, I don't know how we're going to crawl our way out of this one in Canada, but I hope that eventually people will look to other nations to see what they're doing and follow suit, because the way it is now in Canada, it's pretty bad. And it never gets really talked about because the media is very captured. It has a monopoly. There's a lot of monopolization going on, so a lot of viewpoints don't even get the ability to be, spoken and heard. Yeah, which is a shame.
I think what's tough, it's become like, how do I put this? It's become like a partisan thing. And I bet for someone like you, it's probably quite awkward because you're like left-leaning, but also gender critical.
Yeah, I'm very left-leaning, like very much so. Which so I've been like ostracized completely from all the sort of different communities out there, but I'm not going to go against my morals just because I want to be in part of the group. I believe what they're doing is morally unethical, and so I'm going to stand on that principle. Yeah, it's very polarized, very polarized here.
But then to hear more of your kind of perspective, you kind of have to go to like the right-wing media and like right-wing sources and stuff. And that's something that I struggle with, honestly, because I'm like, I'm not like left, I'm more of a liberal or whatever. But, you know, when it's like, I see the TRA stuff and the pro-trans kids thing, I look at the other side and I just dislike them for different reasons, like you've got, the kind of trans people on the other side, like Blair and like Buck Angel and stuff. I actually kind of hate all that stuff.
Yeah.
And some of it goes too far in the other direction.
I'm not a fan of either of them either.
Yeah.
So that makes it hard because then they start to, especially, or not just other trans right-wingers, but right-wingers in general, they have a very pro-gender like mentality to it, but not pro-transgender. So I'm also against gender, so it's kind of even hard to like have discussions with them because they assume that gender should still be thought of as innate, that it's like not in that sort of
yeah, well, I tend to find
outside.
I tend to find right-wingers. I tend to find right-wingers like don't believe in it at all, if that makes sense. Like, it is just the same as sex, which is like, well, there should be a word probably for, like, you know, gender roles and, like, expectations.
Well,
and
yeah, exactly. Well, I think
stereotypes
gender
and shit.
roles is biologically innate. That's the thing, which is stupid.
Yeah, like women should
It's
be
not.
in the household and stuff. Yeah, that's the problem. It's just
Exactly,
kinda
that's our
dumb on both
natural
sides.
role. Yeah. And that's why they have the same word for the gender being sex, is because they see it as a natural role that is just, there's no need to separate it because it's biologically a given, which it's not. So
Yeah.
that's what makes it really hard, is that you got two opposing sides who are actually quite agreeable if they took a step back, because they both believe in an innate gender, whereas I'm saying it's not innate, it's prescriptive, right? Not descriptive. So I think that gender roles is an external thing that's pressured onto people and groomed into people throughout the environment that they live in and the society that they live in. But either side does not, think of it that way, which makes it hard, because nobody wants to listen to you then, because you're disagreeing with both of them. So yeah. It's hard, but it's okay. I think that the fact that other nations, at least, that are trying new things and are allowing like more debate on it, is the only way that Canada is going to actually climb out, is if people actually, everyone around them is starting to, right? And it just doesn't fit the normal perspective globally at this point.
Yeah.
Because it's not going to correct itself otherwise.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think all I can hope for is that we land somewhere in the middle where we do, like, I do think, it's important that trans people are, like, integrated as much as possible. We should know kind of the limits of that, and where sometimes it probably isn't appropriate. We need to be able to treat it like it's not a slippery slope in either direction. I'm quite sick of that belief system.
Yeah.
On one side, it's a slippery slope towards trans genocide. On the other, it's a slippery slope towards woman genocide or whatever. Like, you can't fucking win, and it's really fucking annoying. Like,
it is really fucking annoying, because personally, I think that there's a lot of other horrible things going on in the world that politically we really need to talk about too. But so it's kind of annoying that we can't just, at least compromise on some of our beliefs with either side, so that we can come together and change things that we need to change. But unfortunately, it's just so polarizing, and it's hard to deal with. But I really hope that eventually people will take their heads out of their own assholes, because that's how it feels like. I'm talking to people who are just so up their own asses that they just can't hear anything that disagrees with them. They're super annoying.
Yeah, time will tell, I guess. I don't know. It's tough. You get shit from
Anyways,
both
I
sides all
should
the
probably
time.
go, because I've got to get stuff done today, and it's getting a little bit late.
Yeah, that's
It's
cool.
almost
It's nice talking to
4
you.
o'clock.
Yeah, hopefully I kind of
Yeah, it was
explained
nice
a
to
little
actually
bit.
talk to you. Yeah. All right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
have
take
a good
care.
one. Yeah. There we go. I'll probably stay up a bit longer. Fuck it. If anyone else wants to talk, there's a general waiting room in my Discord. You just join that, and I'll move you on. Obviously, bear in mind you will be live. But I don't know if I might keep the sub. It's been okay, to be honest. There's been the odd, actually, okay conversation, and mostly I just wish I wasn't tired as fuck, and probably sounded like a bit of a moron at this point. But I don't know. It's been fun. Thanks to everyone that's joined in so far. I appreciate it. Nice to do something different. What would be really fun is getting fucking fight nights. Too many people are arguing in my Discord and not joining VC and doing it this way. This is fucking content that you people are fucking depriving me of, quite frankly. It's rude. I'm joking. What time is it in England? It is 23:47, so it'll be midnight soon. So we'll go on a bit longer. You can watch me play Balatro very suboptimally for a bit longer. Yeah. Yeah, there's loads of people arguing in the trans things part again instead of calling in. I hate you people. I don't really. I don't know. There's a lot of arguments in my Discord, like, all the time. I'm only willing to talk about deacons being a groomer if there's actual evidence. Like, I agree some of the stuff that goes on doesn't look great, but I can't just, you know, there has to be like real shit to base it off of. Otherwise, maybe I'm reading too much into it, you know? I want to be careful with that kind of thing. What would be hilarious is having you and deacons arguing. That would be content. I don't know where Amaya is today, unfortunately. I think they're probably busy. That would be funny, but yeah, I don't know. It was interesting. Like, that person she goes on about, like, constantly, that Ari person, did like another interview with that Hendrix person, and then at the end there's this like bizarre like AI song about Hendrix. It's like the weirdest shit, man. If someone made a song like that about me, I would tell them to like fuck themselves. It's kind of, oh, you're so brave and we mourn you and stuff. Like, that fucking guy's still alive, or like technically woman, I don't know. Detransitioner, is that what they are? Still fucking alive. This song about like, oh, we mourn you. I don't know. Fine, I'll just read all these people fucking arguing instead of giving me the content I rightfully deserve. That's fine. Or people can just call in and fucking argue with me about fucking Firebat some more. I don't know. Repzion is a fucking loser, sorry about it. His video sucked. Doesn't know the law. He's obviously like sucking females off, metaphorically. They're all in some kind of weird fucking clout fucking circle together. Females doesn't care about rape. She thinks that she's gonna get famous off of the Christian 2.0. It's all fucking gross. They're all going on about touching the poo when those people are all far fucking worse than I ever was. I just interviewed the guy and sent him the odd message, knowing that it would get everyone spurging out if I did. That's all I fucking did, so hey, listen. But yeah, I don't know, whatever you'll want, to be honest. Whatever you'll want. I'm tired and thus uninhibited to an extent. What about Deakins? Oh, Reverse thinks that Deakins is a groomer, but I don't really have any solid evidence to go off, you know. If I'm calling someone a groomer, it's because they've been like actually grooming people and I have the evidence to show it. Otherwise, I would rather not call that person a groomer. If that makes sense. Samuels thinks grape is hilarious. Well, in some circumstances, yeah. Oh, fuck. Click the wrong button. Don't mind me. If you play Balatro, this is probably fucking painful to watch. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I have it on Switch as well, but I've played like way more of it, so I should be better at this game than I am. You should like the stream also. It's probably boring as fuck right now, and I'm just talking to myself. But you should like the stream. Dude, I'm a bit reticent to allow him on my stream, if I'm honest. It's potentially a really fucking terrible idea. Doesn't apply to kids per se. I mean, I'm also a bit more careful. Like, grooming when it comes to adults, it is a thing that can happen. There is a bit more of an extent to which adults can fend for themselves. So I'm a bit, it's a bit more I'm a bit more careful to start denouncing grooming towards adults. It really does depend on the situation. And in a way, if you're an adult and getting groomed by someone like Amaya, I mean, maybe you have to be like super retarded and that's why, I don't know. Maybe that's it. What I kind of noticed is like, Well, she's from that, like, Twitter space, right? She's from, like, fucking trans Twitter. And a lot of that shit is just people manipulating each other and all fucking suicide baiting each other and all fucking, you know, trauma dumping and trying to get their way and all that kind of shit. It's all very cringe. It's all very cringe. I'm doing terribly. I'm probably gonna lose. Listen, get your F's in chat ready. Fuck's sake. There it is. Oh, no, we're fine. Okay. This is not a good run. This is going terribly. What's that? Something open. Oh yeah, F was premature. I didn't actually lose. I said get them ready, and you posted it anyway. Is that Emperor Palpatine on the bottom right corner? Yes, I'm Emperor Palpatine, obviously. I enjoyed your Discord call with Repzion and the others. I hope you're excited about becoming a celebrity because you interviewed a rape victim. It's nice to have confirmation that everything I said was completely correct. Most of all, that's what I think. I hope you're doing good though, sincerely. I don't miss you, but like, you know, we got on for a while. I'm not gonna pretend that that's not the case. I would say call in, but I'm pretty sure I banned you, and I'm not super interested in talking to you, to be honest. Enjoy your newfound clout off of fucking Repzion of all people. You all deserve each other. She wants content. Yeah, I bet she does. Yeah. Rewind. I talk plenty of shit about you and your friend. Just react to it and take like 10 hours to do so, you know? What the fuck am I doing with this? Evil Dylan Mulvaney. It's a little harsh to Dylan Mulvaney, but hey, listen. Honestly, I didn't always quite get the hate for Dylan Mulvaney. Mostly they're just exceptionally annoying, you know. There are worse things than being annoying. What the fuck am I doing with this? Jesus Christ. This is a good one. That's a good one. Dylan's not a bad looking guy. I kind of get their aesthetic. Not like I find them attractive or anything, but I get the aesthetic. They're certainly a lot more successful than I'll ever be. I don't want to take that away from them. Steals parts from women. Listen. Whoever does the casting for whichever play, that's kind of on them. If they want a trans woman to play a woman's part, then sure, whatever. I tend to not give much of a shit about stuff like that, to be honest. Perhaps just dumb. I mean, who knows? Who knows? I don't know Dylan Mulvaney personally. Oh, fucking hell. Okay, fine. Fine, you can come in, Jesus Christ. Hello, how are you doing? Hello?
No, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, hang on, you're a bit quiet. Let me just turn you up. Bear with me.
So let me ask y'all a question.
Mm-hmm.
This kind of blonde-haired mop top motherfucker named Femio is coming here talking about. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Carry on.
How's a dude become pop off cash money when he basically part time as hell?
I know. I make famios very mad, so they have to talk shit about my appearance. I don't think it's very deep, to be honest.
No, it can't be. Just because you get a bunch of people that don't touch grass don't make you successful. You want to be fair about it.
Sorry, I don't know if I caught that. Hello? I don't know if I heard what you just said. Could you repeat it?
I'm gonna land my plane real quick.
Yeah, it's a bit muffled. I'm not catching everything you're saying. When did females stop identifying as a femboy? I'm not sure, to be honest. I'm not up on my females lore. Nor is Repzion, unfortunately, which is why he completely butchered it when he did his Firebat video. I corrected him in his comments, and apparently some of that lot got pissy about it, so hey. I am correct though. Listen, you don't question me on early Firebat snark, because I'm the one that knows more than anyone. I'm the one that knows and is also going to be honest about it. Sorry, Femios knows too, but she ain't going to be honest about it. So. There's a very interesting Discord call that those lot were on, which we all heard on Purple Parry Gaming stream. Oh, 0 discard. That makes sense. Firebat expert. Well, listen. That specific period of like Firebat shit, I guess you could say that. I'm certainly not trying to be known as the fucking Firebat guy. I would literally rather end myself than be known for covering Firebat. That is the most embarrassing fucking shit going, you know? Fuck that. But hey, you know, there are people that want that for their life. So you do you. You have fun in the kiddie pool with Repzion. Yeah, the chokers are really bad. Like, listen, it comes back to it, doesn't it? Chokers are like something that you see trans women wearing. You don't want to look like a trans woman. Ideally, you want to look like a woman. Sometimes you can try too hard and you don't end up looking like a woman. You just come back round again. The big problem with the chokers, though, is trans women think that they cover the Adam's apple when actually they don't. You just see them like bend further forward. So you just see it like being pulled forward by the Adam's apple, and it actually accentuates it. Plus, almost no women wear that kind of shit apart from that not so erudite person who, never mind. So like, actually stuff like that usually doesn't help. You're risking just kind of outing yourself with that kind of stuff. Yeah, the collars are just gross. Listen. You can miss me with the fucking collars, dude. Like, no thank you. I ain't no fucking dog. I ain't wearing a collar. Wear a scarf. Well, scarves are better, but I think wearing a scarf indoors can look kind of odd, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. That's the thing. Becoming a woman means embodying woman. That doesn't mean looking like some Fortran fucking shut-in, you know what I mean? That ain't a woman. That's a male person. And that's what people are going to see, unfortunately. But yeah, I don't know. Ultimately, if it makes you happy to look that way, then do that, but couldn't be me. Don't know what else there is to say about that. This should be amazing, and it's not. And it's real solution is to learn stop caring. That is true. That is true. You don't care what people think. You can do whatever the fuck you want. You know what? You like wearing a choker. You don't mind that in some way it accentuates your Adam's apple. Then yeah, sure, based. That's the best outcome. So I don't really give much of a shit anymore. If I resemble a man to some people, then okay, sure, that's what you think. Couldn't care less anymore. Makes sense, I'm male, whatever. This game is going fucking terribly, Jesus Christ. You're fighting a cat. Me and Charlie met a cat. We walked home and a cat said hello to us, so we stopped for a couple of minutes. It's very cute. I like cats. I like lots of animals. I used to be scared of dogs, but I like dogs now too. Wait. Yeah, I was scared of dogs, and then I lived with my sister for a few years, and she had a dog. She and her husband had a dog. And they've got other dogs now, and that one died eventually. And that largely cured my fear. I still get a bit nervous sometimes. Depends which dog it is. Like the smaller ones are a bit easier, and I don't like ones that are like too hyper. I like the ones that are more chill. That's the kind of dogs that I like. I knew someone who had a French bulldog, and it was like fucking nuts, and I was like, I don't know what to do with you. I don't know what to do with you. You're like jumping all over me. Calm the fuck down. Calm the fuck down. What game is this? I'm playing Balatro. Rather poorly, if I'm honest. I have like, I don't know, you get these like jokers and they help your score get bigger, and you kind of combo them and shit, and I have kind of a conflict of interest going on, which is always irritating. I think maybe you're just drawn to AVDL, to be honest. I don't know what else to tell you. Jokers can also shorten the appearance of the neck, making it look wider. Not good if you've got a fat neck. There is that, yeah. I need to do some kind of, what was it called? Queer Eye for the Straight Guy. But it doesn't really make sense to call it something like that because I'm trans as well as the other trans people. But some trans people do unironically need to sort their shit out, I'm sorry to say. Like, people think that I think it's all about like dressing as a woman. It's about embodying a woman. That takes many forms, and you can try too hard, you know? Okay, this is it. The combo is working. Use my chair. I'm gonna be accused of farting now. Here's what it is. Here's what it is. What does it mean to embody a woman? For people to see you as a woman, to resemble one. There aren't any sufficient conditions, and it's different for everyone. And what it takes is different for everyone. And for some people, they're just never gonna embody a woman. There are some trans women that probably just shouldn't fucking bother, to be honest. If you're a fucking massive rugby player with the fucking most chiseled fucking face ever, maybe it's just not on the cards for you, you know? But that's if you're like, specifically like binary MTF. If your goals are more like non-binary or something, then maybe you don't care about that kind of stuff and you just want to get out of it what you want to get out of it, and that's fine. You do you, you know? But all those like necessary and sufficient conditions, you need to drop all the fucking debate bro shit, man. It's lame. It's lame. It's not fucking the age of Twitch poll anymore. It's not. Destiny isn't cool anymore, and acting like him definitely isn't cool anymore, you know? Well, yeah, I mean, there's overall like cultural ideas of what a woman is and what embodying it would mean. It depends on where you are and shit like that, but there's a lot of like through lines, I guess. I don't know, it's just resemblance, really. But my thing is more about like binary trans women, because that's my experience. I think transsexual is kind of its own thing separate from, say, non-binary. And if you're non-binary, you have your own goals and shit like that. And I don't really have an answer for stuff like that because it's just not my experience, you know? Those people can have that conversation within themselves, ultimately. And there probably isn't much to talk about because you probably do just do whatever the fuck you want. And as mentioned, that is your right. We're still in this. We're still gonna win this time. I'm not gonna lose on the very last fucking round again. Ooh, no one's waiting. If you want to call in, I'm gonna go for a bit longer. General waiting room. You know what you're doing. You know what you're doing. Bear in mind you will be live, of course. It's been fun. It's been fun so far. It's been different. I'm sick of React slop. I'm sick of dipshit fucking drama. I want to try a new thing. Whether I'm a failure or not depends on the beholder. I've certainly experienced passing. I don't try as hard as I used to because it's kind of been there, done that. I don't care anymore. I used to be regarded as a woman by basically everyone. And anyone that didn't regard me as one, I didn't know, so I didn't care. So I think my transition was quite successful, to be honest. And I'm secure and happy in who I am and what I look like. And honestly, I wish the same for you one day, because I think you have genuine issues. And you probably have a shot at like happiness as a trans woman. I think you can actually do it, but you've got work to do. Yeah, when I say embody a woman, I mean like, yeah, people used to think I was a woman. You can be incredulous all you want, but it's very true. See, I used to go out. I used to fucking work every single day out there as a trans woman. I used to, like, people would almost never clock my voice on the phone either. Like, I worked as a letting agent. I was on the phone all the time. You know, it's quite an easy trick, like just giving a female name and having a like androgynous sounding voice. It's quite easy. I don't think you will be happy when you get FFS and rib remodeling. I think it'll just move your shit onto someone else. There's someone called Lee Francis who talked about this kind of thing. She's had like surgery after surgery and she just still gets more and more and more. I think honestly your whole mindset needs to change, and maybe then you'll get somewhere. I think you have a chance, to be honest. I'm kind of through just shit slinging, if I'm honest. So you can carry on doing that if you want. Yeah, when I say embodying a woman, I mean resembling one. I mean based on a person's like understanding of what a woman is, like based on their instincts and stuff. They see a woman, even if you're male, you know? That's what I mean. I don't mean literally becoming a woman. I don't think literally a male person becomes a woman or a female, you know? So it's all about resemblance. And yeah, like I said, I've passed. I used to do pretty well at that kind of thing. I just can't be asked anymore. That's why I don't mind if people call me a he or like a male. Like that's whatever people want to fucking call me at this point. And I think you get to a certain age and you realize that all this appearance shit is just kind of infantile shit, you know? Okay, I'm ugly, I look like this, that, and the other. Who honestly fucking cares? People get up and go out to work looking like shit every single day, and they don't care because they've got more important shit to focus on, you know? Yeah, I think your future is more akin to Brianna Wu's than anything else. But listen, it's your life. It's your life. I just think if you're this insecure, you should probably stop giving other people shit for their appearances, but that's me. Listen, I think it's fine to roast people's appearances. I don't honestly give a shit in that department. It's when you're like super insecure about it. It's when you get upset about someone saying that you're less good looking than Purple Parry Gaming, which is true, to be honest. He is actually kind of mogging you just all the time. But yeah, I don't know. I don't really understand the hate for other people's appearance. I don't understand the constant need to put other people down when you can't handle it in your direction, I guess. You always want to be more female. Well, maybe. You might go down like the Lee Francis or Brianna Wu or whatever route, where you get one surgery and it does so much, and then you get another. And you just keep focusing on like smaller and smaller things, and you're never truly happy. You might also come to the same realization as me one day, and kind of accept what you have, understand that you probably can't do anything else, because I'm not going to afford like facial surgery and shit, and I don't care anymore. And just accept the more and lesser, you know? There's always time for someone to change their perspective. But it's not my job to help people in that direction, I don't think. I can share what's helped me, and if it helps other people, then great. And if it doesn't help other people, then I wish them luck. Even if they're a shitter, quite honestly. Yeah, managing your expectations. Very, very important. What are we fucking doing? Yes, there we go. Accepting what you cannot control. Yeah, very important. Very important. There's like a lot of new people. There's a lot of new people in my Discord. I appreciate it. We'll go for a bit longer. I am probably becoming incoherent as fuck at this point. It's getting late, but you know what? It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Oh, I lost my banana. Oh no. Oh no. That's not good. No, I'm not happy. I'm not happy. Am I still taking calls? Yeah, if you jump into, fuck. Let me get my brain in gear. If you jump into, oh, you're there, you're there. I'll drag you in. You probably need to undeafen though, is the only thing. But hello, hope you're good.
Oh, okay, there we go. Sorry, what's up?
Hi, how you doing?
Hey. I watched a little bit last night on my stream of your Ico video, and then a tiny bit. I haven't seen your full debate with Ico, which I plan on watching sometime soon here. I guess I just wanted to get like a little bit of a better understanding of your positions on, trans issues in general. Like, I want to get a feel out of like your positions from everything. If that makes sense.
Issues. So I'm like quite centrist, I guess. When I started my channel, I was very frustrated. Do you know what TRA refers to?
I'm gonna be honest, I do not.
It means
can
like
you
trans
inform me on
rights
that?
activist, like, very progressive, very much kind of, full trans rights on everything, like trans women in women's sports, like kids, that
Is
kind
the
of
acronym TRE, trans rights, everything, right?
activist, so TRA.
Oh, trans rights activist, TRA, right?
Yeah. So that kind of thing.
Yeah, I know. Generally, the trans rights like movement of people saying, there's like different feelers out for like the exploration on the gender topic. What is the meaningful difference between sex and gender? When does it blur together? How we should like treat people with like different, like say like I've been like back and forth on like the more neo part of it, where somebody can say, oh, I identify as the gender like purple. And it's like, can I like meaningfully disagree with like this like generalized view of like gender, of like your expression of identifying as this specific color and this specific like pronouns? Like, do I have a meaningful critique personally of like, oh, I don't think you can ever define yourself as this gender expression? I don't know if I can personally do that, where I feel like comfortable with being like, I think that's non-valid. If like I have to stay consistent on this like overall perspective of trans issues of a person turning into a woman, or even defining themselves as non-binary, or a man, like the other way around, you know what I mean? So like I guess I wanted to get like those feelers out of like the perspective of like neo-genders as well, stuff like that. Like, yeah, like you seem like a little bit of a centrist, and I got that vibe of centrism, but I wasn't completely sure.
Yeah, like I'm somewhere between that and like gender critical, I guess. I think like anyone can identify as anything. Anyone can just say I'm this. You get the attack helicopter memes and stuff like that. And if that's like,
I think the question for me at a certain point though is like, I think like the important question to me is like, what does that mean to you? Like, so if like I were to ask like, for the example, I don't know if you know about the Demon Mama, like the Doe stuff, like one of her partners. Yeah, like the so like, it would be like, what is the question of like, what does it mean to identify yourself? Because it does sound absurd to like the average person usually, but it's like, what does that internally mean of like, I identify as like a deer, or here's my expression as like a tree or something like that. It can sound ridiculous on its notion, on its face or whatever, but like for them, they would express it in a sense of like, this is just an expression of like my personality. It almost seems like that's like, there's like this internal feeling of like, this is how I should express myself in my gender. Just like non-binary, where it'd be like, oh, like, I don't think like I identify with this specific way of, presenting as a man or a woman, how usually people see it. Like I can flip back and forth. So like, would it be just another variation of non-binary, or like, should I take this like notion of like, I'm presenting as this specific thing? Like how often also, like if you're saying I'm deer gender, what is the expression in terms of how you, like, what does that mean to be that? Like how often do you have to express this notion of being a deer? You know what I mean? It's a little vague and nebulous to me.
Yeah, like a lot of that stuff, like I tend to, so my experience is like very binary, like male to female, so I don't have a huge amount to say on like the non-binary stuff. In general, I feel like, well, you can identify as what you want, and if that's meaningful to you and it expresses some part of how you feel, then fair enough. I think in general, you probably can't expect too much for other people to understand it or for it to be meaningful to other people. You know, when it's something like crazy, like, you know, out there, like I'm a dear gender or something.
Yeah, sure.
I think it's kind of a separate conversation, I guess, from trans. To be honest, I don't see non-binary and trans as the same thing. I think the kind of umbrella thing is a bit annoying.
Well, I guess I see it in the same way that, like, if there's an expression of non-binary in the sense of transitioning, I guess it depends. Because usually I think of like trans issues being like I know people refer to like they'll say like not being trans, like trans doesn't have to define like you have to have like medical transitions or something like that. But usually, at least in my brain, usually it tends to be the case that there is some level of gender dysphoria that people make modifications, body modifications, take HRT, stuff like that, to like fit that criteria. And also there's this like thing that happens even within cis people and expressing their gender. Like they'll get body modifications in one way, shape, or form. Like say like men can have like hair transplants or something like that. I think what was it, like Steven Crowder was getting something done with his chest or something like that like I think he felt needed to be done to, you know, feel more like a man. It was something like that. I could be wrong. But there's always like this sort of thing happening in general where people do these modifications even as being cis. So then it turns into a conversation of like, where do we draw the line of like where it becomes a little bit more unhealthy? And for me, like I feel like I feel like I have to stay consistent on, okay, if like cis people can make these modifications, especially I don't see why trans people should be restricted at all. Like
I mean, I don't,
as long as there is like a through line process of therapy to where they understand what they're getting themselves into and why. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, like gender affirming care in general, I don't really believe in restricting. Obviously, you know,
Sure,
I believe in some kind of gatekeeping in that you shouldn't just, someone shows up and they're leaving with hormones like 5 minutes later, that kind of thing.
Oh yeah.
Like, I don't really see that there should be any like distinction. Like cis people can have this, but trans people can't have this. I don't really believe in like transitioning children, to be honest with you. I think that is kind of a different thing.
I agree. Like when you say children, like what is like the set age that you're thinking of? Because this can be a little bit vague in terms of how people describe the issue on like you're transitioning children. Like, are you talking about like early teens, right?
Like generally under 18, and there might be the odd exception.
Yeah.
But in general, I
think that's pretty reasonable. In terms of like setting like a certain, just like how like early teens or kids in general, obviously, cannot meaningfully consent to, you know, sexual activities or drinking or any other indulgence and stuff like that that can put you into precarious situations, lifelong situations. I think like there should be a process of like, if like my kid is experiencing, say if I had a kid, if my kid was experiencing like some forms of gender dysphoria or, you know, feeling like that they might be a girl or whatever, I would go through a process after I'm certain that this is like for sure what they're experiencing, go through a process of like elongated therapy to be able to like reason out that this is for sure that what they want. And then I think at a certain threshold, like the legal age where I think they can reason out on their own to make these adjustments. I think 18, possibly 19, maybe 20, something like that, to really reason out. I think that would be fine.
Yeah, I tend to go with like legal adult ages. Like you can consent to consuming alcohol, you can consent to pretty much anything sexually. You know, I think so. It probably should just fall in line with that in general. And maybe there's like edge cases. You know, there's the odd case by case kind of thing.
Yeah. So I guess one thing I noted, because I found myself critiquing you a little bit more than I thought I would, because I watched your video before and I was on your side mostly for the ICO stuff. I guess I just want to get your thoughts more on this and like hash out like the particular disagreements I have and like nuance out like my thoughts a little bit more on what I thought you were potentially wrong on or about this. Yeah. So I guess the idea that I got was that Aiko's primarily just skinwalks President Sunday's takes, which I don't necessarily disagree with wholly. Because I think she does this with like a lot of other people. I think part of the thing I have a grievance with a little bit to a certain degree. I can understand after having a conversation, a debate where she's calling you like a bigot, right?
Yeah, well, she called me a lot of things, but yeah.
Yeah, it would be a little bit hostile in terms of how you would treat Aiko afterwards. So I don't know. I don't particularly say I wouldn't particularly shit on you for being a little bit hostile backwards towards Aiko, even in this manner. But I do think there's like this notion of like how people come to agree with supporting trans rights or human rights or marginalized folks in general. Yeah, people have different variations of how they educate themselves over time. And I think just like with President Sunday, and I like President Sunday, I watch his content. I've like talked with him. I think for the most part, like I don't have very many disagreements with him. But I think this notion that like, it almost feels a little gatekeepy at times where it feels like, you have to have this particular set of knowledge on this particular, you have to read this certain thing and this certain thing. Otherwise, I feel like you're completely clueless, which
do you think he was making that criticism
go ahead.
of Alec Gunter?
Yeah. I feel like, okay, if I'm like, it's like a little bit of a meaningful difference in terms of like, Aiko is not like Alec Gunter necessarily, because Aiko is like a shitty drama slop YouTuber, and like, yeah, I think it's fine to like make fun of her for having a lack of knowledge in general, but like it almost felt like the critique was made in the sense of like that you thought that this person was more knowledgeable and presents themselves as like in the style of Alec Gunter, where Alec Gunter makes explicitly political content, and the reason President Sunday was harsher towards Alec Gunter is because he's talking about an issue in a video essay where it's intended to educate, while Aiko is more so, talking out of her ass, justifiably, I understand, but is more like an idiot. It's just like no one. I don't think I watch. I don't watch Aiko, but I don't think most people watch Aiko with this intended idea of like educating themselves, right?
Well, sure, but I mean, she's willing to like. He's done like long things, like calling people like Chud Logic transphobic, and I guess I don't really see the point in doing that kind of thing. I think if you're gonna use like trans as like something to beat people over the head with, then like I think like I don't know, she knows basically nothing about the topic. I feel like she shouldn't weigh in at all, preferably.
I don't know if because I think it's like, to me it's like saying that someone who is probably not clued in on or informed on every specific thing, and I'm not saying you're saying that every specific thing, but like a lot more on like any other marginalized group of people, that they shouldn't advocate in their interest or probably call out behavior that they feel might be like indicative towards some line of bigoted thinking, or possibly weighing in on a bigoted perspective, even if unintentionally. So while I think like her hostile manner is probably undeserved from what I can gather so far, like the Chud Logic stuff, like if you were to look at like Chud Logic making like AGP jokes, it's like for the average person in this space, like we kind of understand what the like space is like, but like generally speaking, and I don't even think Chud Logic would disagree with this. If you were to say, I think like the AGP jokes, while they can be funny, like any other joke, could be considered like some sort of line of like transphobic to some degree, right?
Is there any
in the way that you could like minimize or kind of talk about trans people in general in that way, can be normalized to a group of people that already kind of dehumanize trans people in even more subtler ways, or even more like explicit ways, and like I kind of know that Chud Logic space is already like that, like to a certain degree. So I think like the criticism that Aiko is making is actually pretty like fair at that point, especially if Chud Logic wants to engage in the topic and, you know, have his opinion on these topics. Should probably come with an understanding that like Aiko, you know, educated or not, is probably going to call you like a bigoted transphobe.
But what's the point in calling someone like Chud Logic a bigoted transphobe?
The point is to point out the behavior that you think is like unethical and immoral to some degree that contributes to an overall dehumanization of a group of people.
Well, I don't know.
If somebody was making like average racist jokes like Chud Logic or any other person in the space could be making, right? Like I think it would be appropriate to probably call out that conduct of like being like inappropriate or like above the line, even if they're not like super duper well educated on every single thing to do with like Black rights, you know, Black history or anything like that, you know?
Yeah, I guess my issue is like there's a lot of people that just want to run around calling people bigots for all kinds of things. And a lot of the time I just don't see the point in doing that. And it's a bit irritating when it's like trans issues. And a lot of the time it's like people making like offensive jokes and stuff. I just think, like, is there nothing better to be talking about if you care about like trans issues than like Chud Logic? I just don't really see the point in making that criticism. And like to say someone is transphobic isn't really saying an awful lot. You just, you know, you're calling someone a name pretty much. I think either come with some actual like criticisms where he's getting stuff like objectively wrong, or don't bother, because calling someone like that offensive, it's a bit like calling like Count Dankula offensive or something like that. It's like, well, you're probably right, but what's the point, you know?
From the clip that was provided, she was referring to the AGP comments and referring to the dismissal. I think she was talking about the overall past conduct, and she, from what I remember, it's been a while, but when she, you know, challenged Chud Logic on these things on her own stream, educated or not, she has tried to give out her thoughts on these things. So I guess what I'm saying is like, yeah, like I do agree. There should be more focused education if you actually want to like be good at being able to combat these ideas in the first place. But I do think it like I think that it comes with this idea of like I was thinking to myself, would I rather have people like Aiko that are imperfect allies to some degree, a little bit like lazy at times, admittedly, or would I rather have like more Republicans? And obviously, I think I'd rather, you know, the imperfect allies at that time. I'm not a fan of Aiko, by the way.
Yeah.
So this isn't necessarily me trying to be like super defensive of her and her character, but
I don't like either. I think that if you're running around calling people transphobic and shaming people often for jokes, that kind of makes more Republicans. You're like annoying them into like taking harder stances against that kind of thing. And for a lot of trans people, it's like which trans people are asking her to do that, you know? It can just
I
make
do
things
agree
worse,
that like this can come off as like woke scoldy and make people resentful. But am I to blame the person calling out the behavior as what it is, or should I place more responsibility on the person that is immature? It's kind of like the meme of like the person like shaving their head and being like, man, like I really hate to do this, but you're kind of making me a skinhead Nazi. Like I really hate to do this, but you kind of forced me into this position. It's like how much can I really like I don't even necessarily disagree. I do think like there are certain people out there that like come off as like very unreasonable at times, or a little bit too much of a like perfectionist in what they want to see in terms of like being an ally and advocacy. I mean, I was just covering like Brittany Simon or whatever and saying that Kyle Kalinske was not like a perfect ally because he called Trump a fat retard, you know? But
yeah, see, I don't see the point in that kind of thing either. Like, I don't know, like, fuck, what was I gonna say? Oh, it's gone. Sorry, it's getting a bit late, so
you're good, you're good.
I'm a bit all over the place.
It's all chill.
Yeah, like, I think, you know, people should be free to make jokes. People should be free to make, like, trans jokes and gay jokes, and, like, you know, people are gonna see you as transphobic, potentially. Like, I think that's just gonna happen. I think if you keep scolding those kinds of people for
like
dumb jokes, and
I would
stuff,
say
I don't see the
I would
point.
say
It's
it
the right
varies.
choice.
It would vary though on like why. It'd be like if so for example, like if President Sunday were to make any of these kind of jokes, you would kind of get an idea that President Sunday, through his like advocacy, or at least in terms of like presentation of like how he talks about any of these issues, you would generally get the feeling that like he's not actually bigoted. But then you hear it from somebody else like Chud Logic, who has expressed severe disagreements in various different ways. Then like the joke comes off as more like, well, I kind of just feel like you're contributing to an environment that further dehumanizes me and, you know, leads to further.
What do you mean by like
further harm?
What do you mean by like leading to further harm? I just don't see much harm.
Well, it's like if you were talking about like open space and in terms of like how people talk on Twitter or any of these social media environments, or talk about like their political takes and whatever, like there is like a overall contribution over time that leads to, you know, certain people being placed in charge that leads to further state violence upon marginalized folks, you know?
Yeah, I don't place that kind of responsibility on those kind of people, to be honest. And I don't think calling them a bigot.
What level of responsibility do you think like the average person kind of has in terms of like conducting themselves?
Not much. People vote. That's about it, really. I think people make edgy jokes on the internet. Whether or not they're a bigot doesn't generally matter a huge amount. Like, if you can
So you think like any level of language or facilitating yourself doesn't like contribute to an environment of like further harm?
Not often. I need to see more of a through line. I think suggesting that someone making jokes,
like if I were to ask you, if I were to ask you like how people develop like transphobia, like what do you think that comes from?
Comes from lots of places. Can be ignorance, can be trauma in some cases. Can be hearing things, but that's usually like the media and stuff like that. You know, it's not usually.
So that's what I'm talking about. Is like. Well, it's media and it's media and other people reinforcing these like stereotypes and these notions, you know, like anti-Semitism or racism doesn't really just stem from like, it like stems culturally, socially, you know.
But do you think
this is like what people have like a concern over is like, you know,
people should be able to
reinforcing these kind of bigoted notions that like further, you know, contribute to harm, you know.
Yeah, again, I'd want to see the through line. Like, I'm very big on like free speech. I think in general, people should be able to say mostly whatever they want. And if it's gonna be made out that certain kinds of speech cause harm, you need like a strong case for it. And just being a ditz on the internet calling someone a transphobe is not doing that. It's just calling someone a name. I see the point in it, you know.
So do you want like a direct correlation necessarily speaking? Is that like what you're looking for a little bit more?
I think that would help, because to restrict speech, like you need a compelling case, not just, well, you can see some kind of logic where someone watches this and becomes more transphobic and then goes out and like stabs a trans person. Like, I'd need a lot more than that, I guess. And
like if you have like say like white school shooters or something like that, you think there's like a pattern of behavior, a level of like things that they probably watch or listen to over a period of time. It's certain pundits or certain like ideas that like socially have been reinforced throughout like society that like lead them to like committing a mass slaughter of like children or like, you know, women in general or something like that.
I mean, maybe, but like, you know, you got to think. Someone who is a fan of like whichever pundit and then does something like that. Like, how many fans of said pundit are never going to do that? You know, how much can you put that on that person, you know?
It's less so that like a direct pundit influenced you to do this act. It's more so like a level of contribution to some degree or another, you know, like a level of influence where it's like socially reinforcing like the ideas into their head and like having a contribution. Obviously it's not like a direct like one-to-one. It's never like as simple as that, but it's more like a systematic issue, you know.
The other thing I would ask is, you identify someone as a transphobe and call them as such because of that. What does that actually achieve? What does that change? Like, anyone who's transphobic that's watching that has like strong feelings about that, they're just going to see that as a good thing anyway, you know?
I mean, it can. It would just depend. But like, I think calling out specific behaviors and letting people know that, hey, this is like kind of behavior that is like overall contributing to harm and antisocial and unhealthy. Really, I think it's unhealthy to develop certain bigoted perspectives that overall are generally unreasonable for the most part. Like pinpointing these things and like contributing to like the education system, I would say, of like why people develop these like internal thought processes that lead to like white supremacy or like male patriarchy developing, or rape culture and stuff like that. It's probably vital to some extent to be able to even come to a possibility of a solution eventually down the line, or somewhat close to a solution. I don't think there'll ever be a perfect solution, but being able to like remedy things as time progresses, you know, develop.
Would you potentially like restrict certain people's speech based on that?
It would vary. It would vary specifically on what they're like reinforcing and what kind of things that they're saying. I think like someone like Chud Logic is like, I have like literally no compulsion to be like, you shouldn't be able to make any of these jokes. So if you're asking me like what jokes would I restrict, it's like, I think I can only think of maybe one example of a joke potentially. And that would have to be like a strong advocate. It would have to be jokes that were made in strong advocation for, you know, like actual violence or whatever. And I don't think there's very many cases. There's very few like political actors, political pundits that have gotten to that level of harm, I think.
Well, like if you took that joke that you're saying maybe on, and you restricted that, do you not think that would radicalize people more to restrict that than to let it happen?
It would depend. Like either way, I think you're like having like a radicalized group of people. One is more normalized and treated as like functionally as like this is okay to do, which I think is worse. I think putting somebody off into the corner and saying like, yeah, this is actually shameful behavior, I don't think we should repeat this behavior, is teaching, you know, people that like this is generally unacceptable. Like if you were like working in a Domino's or some shit like that, would you want somebody consistently being you know, reinforcing this idea that they have like a justified right to treat you as lesser than, and like in effect basically make your workplace environment like total fucking ass? Or like obviously not. Like, or like potentially actually physically harm you or something like that. Like I don't think that would be appropriate. So I do think like certain figures probably should be ostracized or shamed enough to where like we should make it like pretty much like an embarrassing thing to even admit liking this person's content, like say Asmongold or someone like that. Yeah.
Do you think shaming works really for that purpose?
It depends. Like this is a topic I've explored a little bit, and I've had a back and forth in my mind of like what level of shame works. And honestly, I've gone back and forth of what it would vary, I think, because on one hand, like conservatives can't necessarily shame a gay person into turning straight, right? Like conversion therapy doesn't really work. It's like basically just like emotional torture or something like that. That doesn't really work necessarily. But I think if you were to show that, if you were to shame somebody that was doing an antisocial, overall harmful thing, not only on the person that they're doing it to, but to themselves, like having a net negative on themselves, I think shame over a period of time with the education provided of why it's wrong can actually help in the long run eventually.
I think that hasn't borne out at all, and I think that's made things a lot worse, to be honest.
I think this is mostly because people reinforce these notions, because a lot of people are a little bit more prone to ostracizing people that they refer to as a little bit more different than they should be. I think there was one thing that you said is that it's not really borne out that people that trans people would be accepted in I think it was women's restrooms or shelters or something like that. That women have this specific traumas or whatever. And I said something akin to, people not having, not even just women, but people not having enough experience on a day-to-day basis with being able to communicate with the vast, not the vast, the extreme minority, which is basically like the 1% of people, which is trans people, like how commonly do you think people like meet trans people on a day-to-day basis in their real life? It's probably extremely rare. So
more often than ever,
it would be more prone for people to have a little bit more ignorance and bias and possibly dehumanizing like thought processes on trans people because they don't actually humanize them. They don't have those experiences with them.
Yeah, I mean, when I say about like it not bearing out that, you know, more exposure has made women more accepting of trans women in spaces, I guess what I'm seeing is like there's more trans people than ever. Like I've been trans for like 10 plus years, and I was like very gender non-conforming since I was like a teenager. Like when I was, you know, let's say like 5 years ago-ish, I'd get shit in the street once in a while. And I used to make a lot more effort, and I used to pass a lot better. I don't really care that much anymore. And I used to get like shit from people sometimes. You know, people would identify that I'm male, I'm dressing a certain way, and like call me a pedophile from like a van window or whatever shit. Like, I make far less effort now, and I see a lot more trans people about, and like, no one says anything anymore. So in some ways, like, you just see more of them and it's more normal. But I think, like, what we've also done, we've kind of, there's less of an impetus to actually pass as the other sex. And so more and more masculine looking, like, so-called trans women are showing up in women's spaces, and women are more and more, like, speaking out against it now. Like things have changed in my country, and some of that has been over things like, you know, people who very much just resemble males accessing female spaces and making them uncomfortable.
Sure. Like I would understand where the like impetus is to be uncomfortable with that if like there is a impetus of like males being like, unfortunately, a man has a propensity, that's the actual word I'm looking for, to commit SA or something like that. There is like a emotional, understandable internal feeling of like, this is what I'm adjusted to, especially if there's a trans person in here that like gives me all the indicators that I see in like the archetypical male and stuff like that. But I guess what I'm saying is that like one of my responses to that like argument in general usually that I hear is that, you know, no matter what in those kind of situations, although I have a certain level of empathy with why people would like come to those like feelings and have some of those, you know, fears and reservations, is generally speaking, like, is it reasonable to be like, oh, I don't like want trans women in my bathroom because I'm fearful that they're going to predate on me because men tend to predate, and I like my brain is wired to already adjust that males like that are transitioning even to trans women would probably like SA me or something like that. When it's like, it's a bathroom setting, people are relieving themselves. I don't think you have to think that much deeper. And if people were going to do something like horrible and atrocious like that, a man would not be restricted by just like pretending to cosplay as a woman to make you feel safe or whatever. They would just go in there and do it. Like any rapist would just go and do that behavior because they're deplorable, disgusting rapists, you know?
It depends.
I don't know.
It depends on like the source of the discomfort. But if it's like to do with trauma or something,
It would vary.
Then you're kind of rationalizing something that is, I don't want to say irrational, but, you know, something like very fucked up that you can't really rationalize your way out of. And like,
sure,
if you see a male
but that's part of the internalized bigotry or whatever, where like
I don't really believe in
people can have somewhat of an irrational, rational actual fear at a certain point of like black people or whatever. But is it rational to say, because I've had this specific experience with a black person, would it be rational that every time I see a black person, I'm going to be like super hyper defensive and fearful of every black person?
It's probably not about whether it's rational. If you have trauma, you have the response that you have, you know, and that's not going to be shamed.
Yeah, but like at the expense, and I'm not saying you're making this argument, but at the expense of like restricting people from their human rights to basically relieve themselves in a public bathroom is a little ridiculous, is what I would say. Basically,
that's not bearing out, because trans people can't be banned from all bathrooms.
Yeah, well, they are, because if you're transitioning and you go into one restroom and you're not allowed in there because you transition and you don't pass enough, then, you know, you go to another restroom, and then that's not going to bear out a really nice and pleasant experience, given everyone's propensity to be a little bit more transphobic. It's going to be very uncomfortable, awkward experience no matter what at that point. Because if you're restricted from one bathroom because you're trans, you can't necessarily go to the other bathroom after you like transition.
We're not talking about rights at that point. You still have the right
experiencing
to use that
completely
men's
uncomfortable, experiences, I would say.
How often do you think that trans women are like assaulted in male bathrooms? Do you think it's a common thing?
I mean, like, I don't have stats to back this up, but
it's
like,
not common, like either
just
way.
like it would be like, is it rational to think that a trans woman would assault women in the bathroom? Is probably not. Like, but like, I would kind of understand why trans women would feel. First of all, it'd be invalidating of their identity. That's a level of psychological harm.
Does anyone have the right for their gender
men
identity or
tend
identity
to be
not
pretty
validated?
transphobic, so it's not impossible that you
I don't
go
think that's true
into a restroom and then you'll probably have a man be like, why the fuck are you in here? Possibly get physically violent. It all varies. It depends on what state you live in. It depends on the experience.
Wait, there's an awful lot of stuff being added in here. Like, when it comes to rights, like, really all you can be given is the right to go somewhere. When it comes to, like, discomfort and stuff, people have discomfort for all kinds of reasons. Like, at a certain point, we're prioritizing a trans woman's potential discomfort in the men's over a woman's potential discomfort of men coming into their space. And bear in mind...
Yeah, I am prioritizing that.
You're not seeing someone's identity. You're just seeing a man or a woman. So if you don't pass, then you're going to make women uncomfortable, potentially. And
okay,
you're saying
that
matters less than
I don't care, because it should be a gender abolitionist perspective anyway, that, bearing out, you're using a restroom facility. The common thing that should be associated in your mind is that this person is very likely, it's a public restroom. They're not going to harm you.
Well, that goes both ways.
They would have to be a deranged freak to do that.
That goes all ways. You could say the same to trans women about using men's bathrooms, especially if they don't pass.
Sure.
And there's no right.
But then you're just basically making the argument then what, because you're kind of saying it's justified in this case, but then it's not justified in my case. But I'm saying like, yeah, that's kind of the point that I'm making, is that there is a reasonable fear that a trans woman might go in and men might do something to them, right?
Why is that reasonable?
Statistically, it's probably more probable.
Well,
but generally speaking, it's a public bathroom. What I'm saying is that it's not likely to happen in either case.
Yeah.
So
you
why
could use
not
the same argument
the other
then? So statistically.
So basically, like with the argument you're presenting, is basically at the expense of trans people. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I understand.
It's saying like, fuck you, you don't deserve human rights.
Ways. Statistically, it's unlikely to happen either way. Statistically, that trans woman, who you might just see as a man because you don't know someone's identity usually, is still more likely to assault a woman, even if either way it's not likely to happen anyway. So it goes both ways.
Okay. I feel like you don't understand what I'm saying.
Maybe not.
Maybe. I have to go eat soon anyway, otherwise I'd continue this on, but
okay. I mean, if you want to talk more about
again,
kind of stuff.
I don't think there's like this like perfect solution all the time where everyone's going to feel like comfortable 24/7. Like there's a lot of progress that needs to be made. But generally think it's probably a little bit more important to prioritize human rights, and people want to use the bathroom that they made a lot of progress in being able to utilize. As long as they're not raping anyone, I don't care.
Well, you're a man,
is what I'm saying. Well, yeah.
So you're telling women how to feel about
yeah, I am, because women should be reasonable. Men should be reasonable. You should go to a public restroom knowing that
is it unreasonable for
it's a public place, unless you have a deranged freak that is trying to rape you.
Is it unreasonable?
That won't really be stopped by just presentation wise. They'll just go in there anyway. I think it's pretty reasonable
is it unreasonable?
You should just allow them to have the human right of being to use the facility.
I have one piece of advice. Conciseness is key. I swear to God. What I'm trying to say is it unreasonable for a woman to get uncomfortable and cross the street because there's a man behind them, even though that man's actually a trans woman, but they see a man.
Is it unreasonable?
Yeah.
If they actually think it's a man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, like
Okay.
that would be the perception of like, I think that initially is a man. There isn't like this thought process of like,
Can you
I'm
see why
transphobic,
women
this
might
person's
not
like,
want to share an enclosed space with that same kind of person?
yeah, but like you go into, it's a public restroom. Somebody goes into a public restroom. Like it's pretty reasonable that somebody would go into a public restroom, and then maybe the first indication is like, oh, why is this person in here? And then you take a second glance, and then you're like, oh, okay.
Well, no,
that makes
because
sense.
some
I'm just
trans
relieving
women, you
themselves.
just don't. It doesn't matter.
Like it would be meaningfully different if
glances.
somebody's like walking up behind you or something. Like that's a little bit of a different context. And even in that situation, once you come to the realization, it's like, oh, that's like a trans woman. I was like, okay.
Well, no, you don't always. That's the point. You don't always see a trans woman and realize they're a trans woman.
Yeah, but what
Sometimes
I'm
you
saying
just
is
see
like,
a man.
because of this experience that you're talking about, this doesn't mean like you should restrict people from public access to restrooms.
I don't necessarily like advocate for that. I think that if you look
Okay,
like
good.
a man, you should use the men's.
I wasn't certain if you were or not. I was just making an argument, making sure we're on the same page here.
Yeah, there's no laws about this in the UK. What I find is
like
that
I don't even
give
necessarily
enough
fully
of a shit
disagree
how
with
women
the
feel,
ability to empathize with people being uncomfortable in those situations. Oh, yeah.
Well, of course I do. It's just discomfort is kind of part of life to an extent. And
Sure,
it's
yeah.
how do you prioritize your discomfort over another group's, you know? When you're part of the group that is statistically more likely to hurt the other group, even if it's unlikely to happen in a women's like restroom or something. And I think that too many progressive types just completely forego how a lot of these women feel and lack empathy on this issue. And
yeah, but like
I think it's
that's
a terrible
usually because
mistake. It's
because how they
optically
feel
suicide.
is weaponized against their rights. That's why.
Well, you're pushing a lot of these women
Like
like
that's why, and that's why people are hostile to it, because it's being weaponized. That's the reason.
Well, I guess weaponized both ways.
Like there's not like this indication. Like I don't personally get this indication of like if somebody's like making that like general assessment of like I might feel uncomfortable about this sometimes. Like it'd be like, okay, that's kind of reasonable. But if I hear them making an advocation of like, well, so therefore they don't deserve the human rights to be able to use the restroom,
but no one's saying
at all. It's like, okay, that's a little unhinged.
There's always a restroom to go to. No one's saying anything about human rights at this point.
Well, then why not that restroom?
Well, if they might make women uncomfortable, they should use the men's, I think. It depends how they look. If you pass well enough, it's probably fine because no one's going to care.
Why does it matter? Why does it matter in terms of passing?
Because you're going to make women uncomfortable because they're going to see a man. And they're going to see a man.
Yeah, but like it's a public restroom. I'm kind of like one of those people who's like, I don't really care. Like you should make more public like restrooms where it's not defined by sex. I think that's kind of like a silly notion that like separates a little bit more of like our like experiences as humans.
Do you think that culturally the US is headed in that direction? That more people just want gender neutral everything?
We're kind of regressive at this stage, but so I don't know that.
It's probably not going to work if the culture isn't moving in that direction.
Well, it's not about
it's
not about what realistically is going to work. It's about what I would like. Like I'm just arguing for like what I would like to see pan out over time.
But what if that drives a lot of women rightwards because they don't like that and they want, you know, something that you'd see as regressive? What if that drives women rightwards?
That's on them. If they're voting
against
I'm shaving my fucking bald head. I'm becoming like a fucking neo-Nazi. You know, try to like end an entire like group of people like that. That's on them. That's the unreasonable part, right? That's the bigoted part.
I think you're deciding for people what's reasonable and unreasonable, and that doesn't work. This is like arrogance.
Well, everyone decides what's reasonable. We all make arguments what's reasonable and what's unreasonable.
Well,
it's kind of why like these conversations take place in the first place.
Sure, but like I don't know.
Sure.
You start talking. You start speaking for women. Like it does matter if you start
driving. It's not about speaking
people.
for women. It's about speaking for like groups of like.
It does
everyone,
matter
really.
if you start driving.
Because like this does affect men too, in terms of like, okay, then you're talking about, oh, men should have trans women go in there, and then you're talking about, well, they're already uncomfortable, right? So either way, one group of people is uncomfortable. No.
Do you know what I think the best way is, honestly? Like ultimately, the long-term goal should be to normalize like gender nonconformity. Like men aren't always super accepting.
Gender abolition is actually kind of based. I actually agree with
to an extent. I think gender is inevitable.
Sure, yeah.
But to an extent, like men should be more accepting of more feminine looking male people in
I
those
agree.
spaces.
I agree.
You know?
I thousand. If you haven't watched Mr. Girl, by the way, I think you probably agree with him on this stuff. I think he has a lot
bits
of
and pieces,
takes
yeah.
like this. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I hate to cut it short. I'm not trying to evade, but I've been like delaying going to eat and
That's
taking
okay.
a restroom
You can
break.
send me a
and all
message
that.
if you want to talk about more stuff.
Yeah, if you want to have like a more any topic really, yeah, you're free to message me. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. All right, well, have a good one.
Have a good one.
Listen, enjoy
Later.
your food. There we go. There we go. That was unexpected. Yeah, I don't know. I wasn't really prepared, so I can't say that I'm not the best like impromptu debater, but hey, listen, it's good to have these kind of conversations. Listen, I'm not sitting here shitting on people. What does Shy Guy want? Jesus Christ. Hi, you're in live now. Sorry to make you wait. I was having a conversation with someone. Does Shy Guy even know that he's in live now? I look tired. Yeah, it's fucking late. I wasn't really prepared for that kind of conversation, but like I said, like one of the things I did wanna actually have more conversations with progressive types without being shamed, even if we're talking about shaming and stuff, which I think fundamentally is a bad thing to do and doesn't help and just drives people rightwards. And I think you do have to care about driving people away from you, you know. I don't think he's spagged out. I don't like sitting and bitching about, like, you know, I had that conversation with Aiko and it seemed like it kind of got to a slightly more kind of chill place and that we came to some kind of accord. And then like 3 hours later, she's on Trough calling me a rape apologist and all this kind of fucking shit. And like, I hate that kind of shit. I'm not going to sit here and fucking slag people off. All I will say is, it's okay to just make the point. It's okay for the sentence not to take like minutes at a time. But listen, I respect people coming in. I respect people coming in and disagreeing. And it's good to hash things out for sure. I did want to have more conversations with progressives and, you know, it is what it is. You're here. Well, you're in live now, but you're on mute. So I don't know if you joined general because you wanted to join. Or if you just, I don't know. I don't know what you're up to. If you don't want to talk, I'll just kick you. It's fine. You missed it. You can skip back. I will probably leave this up for a while. I don't think. Oh, hello.
Can you
Hello.
hear me?
I can hear you. Yes.
Okay. It's a delay. So here was my thing, like with the dude talking about the advancement of spaces. A couple years ago, Planet Fitness lost $400 million to that. Being a person, if you have a business mind, are you willing to let that movement destroy your business to that degree?
Yeah, you gotta wonder about that. Like, some women just aren't happy. I think that has to be, like, we can't just say, these people are bigots, these people are unreasonable, it doesn't matter what they think. That just doesn't work. You can't cut people out of the conversation, especially when it's their spaces. Like, I really think that that's like a huge own goal, unfortunately. And like the whole shaming thing, I think shaming doesn't work, I don't think. Fat shaming doesn't work. You're not gonna get someone to lose weight by calling them a fucking fat fucking lard ass the entire time. You're probably not gonna get someone who's a bit bigoted to change, calling them a bigot. Like, I've had conversations. I've talked to people. Like, there was one guy, I was like out and like drunk and like on coke and whatever the fuck else. Legally, you know. Not that kind. Legally. And like this guy just starts talking to me being like, oh, I don't really get the whole trans thing. Like, if you're a bloke, you're a bloke. And like we had a bit of a conversation. I didn't sit there calling him a fucking bigot, you know. Maybe he is a bigot. It's not really the best idea to just go in with that. And like I explained kind of how I feel and how it is for some people and how it's not, you know, it's not I'm becoming a woman and I expect to be called one by everyone when I don't resemble one. Like, if you explain it in the right way, some people do like moderate and do kind of understand where you're coming from. Some people are never going to change. I don't really see the point necessarily in like shaming those people. You know?
Yeah, I got you. Because example, like Femios, like at first, yeah, I really wanted to fry on them, but it was like, no, that ain't gonna get nothing through because the kid already got enough on his plate. It's like that's the reason I was like, look, if you fix your hair, like most people would probably think you would be all right if you go out and touch grass. That's how you're going to get a better idea of how to carry yourself if you want to transition into, I'm going to use quote, into womanhood, quote unquote, as much as Femios wants to exhibit femininity.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Femios is their own person. Femios needs the kind of help that I am not qualified to give. So I'm not gonna try, to be honest.
I mean, and, and then also, unfortunately, going to the wall cow. I just want to say this once and for all. It said everybody had their fun. It said I try not to poke too deep into that wall cow. I kind of wanted to stick more to say factual information and minimize things because. Also, unfortunately, going to the cow. I wanted to get the roast, but at the same time, I don't want to throw like unnecessary people involved.
I would like Firebat. I mean, I think the caliber of people that still talk about that person, I think all of those people deserve each other. It's like, okay. Like, most of us have moved on by now because it's not fun anymore, and it was meant to be fun, and it became about serious shit, and it's like, what? That ain't me.
Well, I agree because it said if I can't do something in two articles, and apparently it really wasn't meant for me. And plus, it said with the whole smearing off Jack. I'm sorry, that's gonna be my nickname for the trough.
Oh, maybe don't use his first name. Just saying.
It said it's kind of bad what happened to him. I'm not gonna lie and say, yo, having those kind of moments are pretty. It said going through that. Yeah, I've been through that, but no, I can't exactly feel myself for the whole world to see those kind of things.
Well, like, Trough just wasn't cut out for it, man. Like, if you need to drink that much because you feel that anxious just to stream, then you're already going off on a really bad foot, to be honest. And I sympathize because I am incredibly anxious myself in a lot of ways. But I'm not like fucked up when I'm doing my streams, you know. It's not unhealthy in that way. So as much as, you know, I feel like I was kind of mean and, you know, I wanted to fuck with him because he's, you know, embarrassing in his own right, and that shit went down the way it did. Like, he's getting involved in shit he probably shouldn't be, to be honest. I don't know.
I mean, I don't think anxious because it said, I know when I do record every now and then, yes, I do smoke quite a bit. I mean, I don't mind it. I mean, I don't want to feel like basically the driver just veering off the road in the Kingdom Come and crashing the car. I don't want to take myself to that point when I do record.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think drugs and alcohol are usually a bad idea when making content. I think usually it just makes it worse, if anything.
I don't do drugs, just weed.
Oh, I mean, you know, it counts, right?
It just makes my life a little bit easier, and
that's fair enough. But yeah, I don't know, man. I need to stop soon. Was there anything else?
I understand. I apologize because
It's okay.
I apologize because there's going to be like somewhat of a delay because I'm trying to hear on the other side
You're listening to the stream as well as talking to me.
And they're probably ready to kill me.
No, I'm not saying
Sorry.
that.
It's like, oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. I don't know. I need to stop shortly anyway. It's been fun though. Listen, I didn't really know what to expect. But yeah, we had quite a few people join. That's cool. More people in the Discord. And the thing is, I don't know. It's good to have more people from the other side because like TRA types almost never join my stream, you know. My Discord, sorry. And I do want it to be somewhere where people can argue back and forth about stuff. Because I think it's necessary. And people need to be able to explore ideas between each other instead of shaming. Like, that's what needs to happen more than anything. People need to be able to talk about shit. And when it starts and ends from a place of, I think what you're doing is bad and I'm going to shame you. Like, that's the same shit I experienced, man. That's the same shit that, like, drove me to do this. And I could have easily gone way off the deep end with that shit. And become, like, super right-wing and stuff like that. And that didn't happen, because it's not me. I think... I don't know. I hope maybe I can get the odd progressive type to understand that it needs to be about arguments. And that the shaming stuff needs to stop. I'm sorry, it just fucking does, man. It just fucking does. It needs to stop. If all you've got to say about someone is that they're transphobic, then they probably already know and they're probably taking that as a fucking badge of honor, let's be honest. It's a complete fucking fool's errand. So I don't know. Like I said, I'm not saying that to shit on that guy that called. You know, I respect anyone that can come in and have that conversation. And he wasn't shaming me, you know. But that kind of shit needs to stop. Like, we can't just, oh, well, if you go rightward, you're unreasonable anyway. Like, that doesn't mean you push people rightward. That doesn't mean you tell people you're a bad person unless you agree with me. Well, unfortunately, it takes lots to make the world go around. It takes all kinds of people. I think diversity is a good thing. I think diversity of thought is a good thing. Shame ideas, not people. Yeah, I agree. This shit almost drove me fucking nuts. Like, some of the shit that, like, I'd get for expressing certain opinions that honestly weren't usually even that bad. From, like, people I was friends with, like my trans friends, like progressive types that I used to be friends with. Like, almost drove me off the fucking edge, man. Like, it has to be about, you know, about what people are saying, you know? People are going to have to argue with the right as they're ascendant at the moment. Well, yeah, like, what is shaming those people doing? What is calling people racist or transphobic or whatever the fuck else? What is that achieving? Haven't we been doing this for, like, years and years and years? Hasn't that been kind of the meta for a long time? That everyone that disagrees with us is transphobic or whatever the fuck else. Hasn't that completely fucking failed? It hasn't borne out, I don't think. He's not 15 anymore. You will have to argue with varieties when they control the levers of power. Yeah, true. Yeah, I don't know. I stand firm, to be honest. If all you're here to do is call someone you don't like bigoted, you're wasting your breath, to be honest. I think it's a waste of time. And it does drive people rightward. And you can't just say, well, you're unreasonable anyway. Or you're conceding ground. You're handing people over to the other side and being like, hey, I got another one for you. You know what I mean? That almost happened to me. And in fact, if I'd just fucking carried on being like super gender critical and kind of transphobic in my own right, and like leaning more right and not really questioning a lot of that kind of shit, I'd be a lot more fucking successful than I am. But that wasn't me, you know? But there's an awful lot of people that do get pushed in that direction. It's not good. Like, we need to stop kicking ourselves in the fucking balls. If I'm to say that I'm technically on the left, then we need to stop kicking ourselves in the fucking balls. Dude, I'm not fucking debating Aiko again. I mean, okay, yes. If she came to me, then yeah, actually I would. I almost never say, I'll never debate that person. But she's a fucking loser. I don't fucking care about that person. She's so fucking dumb. She's so fucking worthless in these conversations. I very much remain firm that a lot of these trans ally types need to shut the fuck up. Just talk about other stuff. If you're a drama slot person, be a drama slot person. And stop making it about fucking bigotry. You don't know anything about bigotry. And when you do know something about bigotry, it's a different kind of bigotry. So talk about that. She's like half Japanese. Has no one ever been fucking racist to her? She knows a fucking hell of a lot more about racism than I fucking do. You know, I think someone's been racist to me like once in my life. And like, I'm white. That just doesn't really happen to people like me, you know? I'm probably bringing the average up a little bit, if anything. Like, talk about the shit you know. Why not do that? Why have trans people got to be the fucking weapon du jour? Why do we have to wield trans people like a bat and fucking hit people? But you can't do that. You're transphobic. It's not helping. It's just making it worse. And it makes us look bad when we're not often the ones asking for it. I don't want people to be fucking scolded for telling transphobic jokes. I don't care about that shit. If you want to talk about like rights issues, and talk about fucking rights issues. It's frustrating. I don't know. But I don't know. If I can keep talking to more of these people, and some of them are going to be like actually civilized and somewhat respectful, like the guy that called in earlier was, you know, let's be real. He wasn't being like a dick or anything. You know, maybe I'll learn to get better at expressing this kind of shit and having those kind of conversations, because I'm still new to it. It's not often you find people like that are even willing to talk in the first place. So I don't know. I'm pretty much just talking to myself. I should probably stop, to be honest. But I appreciate everyone that's called in, genuinely. Doesn't matter if we've agreed or disagreed or whatever else. I ain't here to shit on anyone that at least has the balls to actually talk to someone. And it's actually been fun. Listen, I seem like depressive or whatever. It's just late and I'm tired, and we're touching on stuff that is genuinely like a massive frustration to me. So, you know, you get in your feelings about shit like that. But that's just how it is. You know, it's fine. I'm all good. IRL sandwich board vertical streaming, man. Never gonna happen, man. I ain't never putting a fucking sandwich board on. I as much as I'd like to run into fucking Steve, it ain't gonna happen. Let me just leave the live so that people don't want to call in anymore. Yeah, we've had some fun conversation. Talked about politics a bit. We talked about toilets. Talked about fire bats. Wow. We had Femios in here crashing out. I didn't honestly listen. I glanced at chat while I was talking to that guy. Black Plague, let's call him that. I check chat every now and then, talking to Black Plague. And it's just fucking Femios like crashing the fuck out. It's like wild. I'm like, okay, this is its own thing now. And I don't know. If people don't believe me about this person crashing out about their looks whilst shitting on other people's looks, then it is immortalized for the fucking 1000th time. For AGP retransitioning. Oh wow. I'm not super surprised, to be honest. Like Ray Alex Williams. I wonder if he's still, or they're still, or she, pronoun. I wonder if they're still, maybe they're still accepting of the AGP stuff. What I did find, oh, Emery. Okay, I'll try and remember that. I'm good with names. Yeah, what I find with someone like Ray Alex Williams, like he jumped 10 toes in on all the Catholicism kind of stuff. You wonder if like there was always some kind of community that this person needed. Time is it? Did we watch this now? I mean, I don't know, bro. I don't know why I'm hesitant to stop. I'm just going to bed is genuinely difficult for me. Pronouns. Yeah, this person detransitioned and they became a YouTuber. They talked about like their experiences with like AGP and took that kind of stuff on, became very gender critical. Then converted to Catholicism. And there was a lot of posts and a lot of videos and stuff about, you know, oh, trans people keep telling me I'm going to retransition. It's never going to happen. Well, I don't know. Well, fuck it. I'll have a quick look. I'll speed it up though, because it's late.
Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. My name is Ray. I don't even know where to begin with this video. This is going to be a doozy, big life update, obviously, for anyone who's been following my content for the past year and a half or so. Just the fact that I'm wearing makeup, that, I mean, you obviously know that I'm going to give some big life updates in regards to where I'm at in my life. What is my big picture belief systems? Because just to give a recap, I transitioned, I lived as a trans woman for 8 years, and I detransitioned, and I came to terms with my autogynephilia, love of oneself as a woman, my fetishistic cross-dressing as being the root cause of why I transitioned in the first.
Yeah, see how he puts it differently. It's like love of oneself rather than, you know, sexual attraction necessarily.
Place. And then
I always found his take on AGP kind of interesting. He did do the thing of like kind of diagnosing people. And it's fun to do as a joke, and if that's transphobic, I don't really give a shit. But then sometimes you do kind of act like you know someone better than they know themselves, and it's very, very risky business. And I think Ray did fall into that trap, you know.
Throughout that process of trying to deal with that, of how to live as a man after I detransitioned, whether to cross-dress, I have all these kinks associated with my cross-dressing, and I don't know what to tell you. I had this big kind of like religious crisis, this spiritual crisis of feeling a lot of guilt in regards to a lot of those kinky behaviors that I was engaging in through fetishistic cross-dressing. And I kind of came to this like come to Jesus moment, and this was last February, I converted to Catholicism, and I, you know, really tried my best to stop cross-dressing. And I did this for religious reasons. These were very sincere beliefs. I mean, I wasn't like consciously in my head.
Are we still Catholic? There's no cross or anything.
Thinking that I was just playing mental gymnastics. Like, you know, as a philosophical person, someone who studies theology, like I came convinced of the worldview of Catholicism. And, you know, just to head this off, like I still believe in God, you know, I still consider myself Catholic, although I haven't been able to reconcile my newfound beliefs, actions, behaviors with these sort of total conservative Catholic package of accepting every single church teaching, particularly when it comes to sexual ethics. That's kind of where I'm hung up right now. But yeah, that was for the past year and a half. I've been trying to repress my cross-dressing, just basically trying to be masculine, to just be a regular guy and put all this cross-dressing AGP stuff behind me. But, you know, I struggled. Like I never went longer than about 30 days without, you know, going back to the cross-dressing, to the masturbation, to the kink and all this stuff. And yes, pornography, for those who are wondering. I mean, for one, you could say that these were like habits, like deep ingrained habits.
So for him, there was like a sexual element. But I do remember quite a lot of the stuff that he talked about. It wasn't necessarily always that kind of thing. And that's why I see a bit of myself in like AGP, I guess. I'm willing to accept that there's like an element of that for someone like me, even if it's really not a sexual thing. And that kind of shit nullifies anyway by the time you get your stuff taken off, you know?
habits. And that's the kind of the Catholic framing, is that these are what's called habitual sins. And habitual sins are hard to break. And you really just basically need like a miracle. You need the grace of God to break these habitual sins. And you go to confession when you sin, and then you hopefully improve over time. You sort of develop this virtue.
Yeah, I think, listen, if we're treating it like it's a sin, I think that probably was never going to work, I'll be honest. Probably was never going to work. You turn it into forbidden fruit, it probably becomes this like internal tug of war, I think. I think maybe that's what always helped me, was never treating it like something shameful, because I wasn't doing anything shameful, you know. I was just dressing weirdly and presenting myself in a more feminine kind of way. I think it is more healthy to come to terms with that. You're just doing something that's kind of weird, and it's okay, you know?
Of avoiding these things. But I really struggled. Like I was just, I'd go to confession, then I'd, relapse on my cross-dressing and masturbation and go back to confession, and I would just repeat this endlessly. I was always stuck in these cycles. And, for AGPs, this is classic, the binge purge cycle. But like I said, I never went longer than about 30 days being able to abstain from masturbation, porn, cross-dressing, all these things. And I just had so much guilt and shame. I was just constantly just struggling within myself. And, I kind of was always holding out hope that I would receive this healing. That's just somehow these desires would go away, or, more realistically, I'd figure out some way to deal with the desires, because I kind of had come to terms with the fact that the desires were never going away, but I was trying to sublimate them or deal with them or manage them or sort of transcend them through Catholicism. I was going to like daily mass. I was praying every day. I was, praying my rosary. I was really, I went hardcore into this. And, a lot of people who watch my YouTube channel, who, follow my content, they sort of predicted that this was a coping mechanism. This was a crutch. This was temporary, because, I kind of have a history of flightiness, flip-flopping, going to extremes. Like, I kind of have that, like, I don't know what you call it, like an ADHD type hyperfixation pattern, where I get really into things for a little bit and then I get bored and move away or whatever. But, I just sort of always fixate on things and get really intense into them. That's been like my entire life pattern. And people predicted that this Catholicism thing was just going to be a phase. But like I said before, I still believe in God. I still consider myself a Christian. I'm not an atheist. I'm not a materialist. Like, I believe in, consciousness as immaterial and all these sort of spiritual things. And, but the purpose of this video isn't to get into all that. But nevertheless, I came to a point where I felt like this desire to cross-dress, to engage in kinky behaviors is just, I felt myself so struggling, and it just became so overwhelming that I basically decided to go back to it, to go back to the integration pathway, to stop fighting myself, fighting this internal struggle. And for those who don't know, the integration pathway, there's kind of multiple pathways to deal with AGP. There's a total repression pathway. I tried that. There's a total transition pathway, going the full-blown pathway, medicalizing, changing your name, changing your entire social identity. I already did that once, and it was unsatisfactory for many reasons, which has led to my detransition, even though I've been reflecting on why I detransitioned. And I've come to realize that if things in my life had been different, I may not have detransitioned, or the reasons for doing so were not totally cut and dry in terms of what was my motivation for detransition in the first place. And there's things that I think were just in my life circumstances in regards to the relationship I was in, what I was doing in my life, the way I was able to express myself in terms of my femininity, just sort of not, I don't know, it's just, anyway, where was I going with this? I decided to go back to the sort of liberal mindset previously, where essentially, so long as I'm not hurting anyone, and so long as, consent is involved.
I think honestly, this is a healthier way of doing it.
Engaging in these behaviors, cross-dressing, masturbation, kinky stuff, like that's okay. That is in that liberal consent-based ethical worldview. And before every Christian, all the Catholics come into my comments saying like, oh, that's you're just defining your morality subjectively. So you believe morality is subjective.
Yeah, this does sound like a positive kind of direction, honestly.
Well, it's like, well, things are complicated. Like I'm very.
I don't know if people expect me to watch this and be like disappointed in some way, as if there's any reason why I would be. I don't know. Like, he's obviously got some stuff he needs to work through, and it kind of sounds like he's on that process, and that can only be a good thing, surely.
Philosophically aware of the various arguments about morality being objective, and it's not about like what makes you happy or all these things, but that worldview, the Catholic ethical system, like it's got some unintuitive moral things. It's just like, it's really hard for me to wrap my head around the arguments that, for example, just masturbation is wrong, even if you're not looking at pornography or anything, just masturbation. And that was hard for me because, and I think it's hard for every Catholic, unless you're like a saint or given this amazing grace or miracle or some special constitution as a person, or you're asexual. Because when I was in Catholic circles, pretty much every guy I knew was constantly confessing these sins over and over and over. They would just confess the same sins over and over and over. But it felt like very few people were able to successfully like abstain from these sexual behaviors. And then they just felt a lot of guilt. And, there's kind of this joke within Catholic circles about Catholic guilt. And, it's kind of, people laugh it off, but I discovered that it was real. And But, so right now I don't really know quite how to square my faith beliefs and being Christian with my newfound desire to embrace like a liberal approach to sexuality. Or someone on my Twitter says, no, you're not actually liberal. You're just a libertine. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with being a libertine of just, I pursuing pleasure. I mean, pursuing sexual gratification, like self-actualization, self-individuation. That's sort of like, yeah. And people are going to say, oh, you're just a narcissist. You're selfish. What about society? What about you're setting a bad example for other young men who are struggling with this? Like,
I guess he was narcissistic about what he's describing. Like, being hedonistic or whatever isn't necessarily immoral, I don't think.
You need to, suppress your passions, suppress your desires so society is better. Well, it's like, all those people who say that, a lot of them are hypocritical because they have their own vices that they're indulging in. They have their own sins. I mean, this is why, yeah, it's just, a lot of stuff in the scripture says don't judge others because you're going to end up looking like a hypocrite. Not to say that, judgment is always necessarily wrong, but most people end up looking at hypocrites. And I was guilty of this myself because this whole time while I was on this Catholic pathway, I was, sort of trying to publicly defend the Catholic Church's teachings on sexuality, which is obviously very controversial because it touches on not just the cross-dressing kink stuff that deals with my life, but, things like homosexuality and things like that. And I touched on that. And, I think I probably hurt some people in terms of those arguments. And, yeah, that is regrettable that I hurt those people. But at the same time, like I was sincerely grappling with the logical consequences of this worldview that I sincerely believe. So I was really just, it's not that I was, I don't know, people say like, oh, you turned into a homophobe or all that stuff was just driven by hate. For me, it wasn't driven by hate because, like I like gay people. I like, I've been in the LGBT community for a long time now in various ways or another. And, it's never really given me the ick or anything like that. But so my original moral intuitions were very much, pro gay, pro affirming all this stuff, freedom, fly your freak flag, pro kink. That's where all my intuitions for the past 20 years have been. So the Catholic stuff was very unintuitive for me. I kind of had to like intellectualize and rationalize myself into that position. Do about all these arguments about the natural law and the scriptural authority and things like this. And I still think conservative Catholicism has basically like the stronger intellectual arguments compared to these more liberal versions of Christianity. But nevertheless, I just feel like that conservative Catholic framework is so hard to live out in practice that I couldn't do it. And like, I was just making myself miserable. And I came to and then there's other, like, I'm a smart person, so I can rationalize myself into anything. And there are very strong arguments from, for example, the theologian David Bentley Hart. He argues that in the end, Jesus is going to save everyone. Everyone's going to heaven. So even if do things that God may not approve of, we're all sinners, we're all broken, and and so that I can kind of rationalize anything. And yeah, I don't know, there's pros and cons of being able to do that as a philosophical person. But anyway, I kind of like, now I'm sort of thinking, okay, I kind of want to retransition, which is not surprising because, in the detransition world, it's far more common for males to retransition than it is for females, because the females and males transition for different purposes. For me, it's like really driven by this very core part of my sexuality. And I do think that the model where AGP is sort of like this core kind of sexual orientation is really baked deep into you and how you orient yourself. And it's kind of like, this is wired in me from like a very young age, even prior to puberty. Yeah, it's just like this core thing of who I am. And so I want to retransition, but I don't want to retransition with all the identity crap, all the ideology crap, all the pronouns, the misgendering and the dead naming and like putting all those expectations. And, I don't want to change.
Yeah, none of this shit is strictly necessary for transitioning. That's not how I fucking live my life. I rejected all that kind of shit too,
My name at work again. I don't want to ask people at work to use a different pronoun. I just want to like try and cross-dress more and wear makeup and grow my hair out and be pretty and as feminine as I want, within reason.
Honestly, it's quite relatable in a way. He seems smart. Yeah, he's always been quite interesting. Like, I mean, he's like most people. There's shit I agree with, there's shit I disagree with. He did kind of push his beliefs on people to an extent. But at the same time, I don't know, it sounds like he's been figuring out a lot of shit. And it's been like a long and bumpy kind of process. And it sounds like he's on the right track. If you're not hurting anyone, it's fine. It doesn't have to be this, I identify as this, I'm officially now a new person. I need to be called this and I need this and that pronouns. You can't just like do what you want to do and accept however society like takes you. I think that's a far better way of doing it. I don't know, listen. I don't know what to fucking call this person. Jesus Christ. Like they have a chance and shit. Like, maybe this is like a good path to go down.
And within,
I would give actual decent commentary, but I'm fucking knackered. I'm getting hungry. I'm gonna have to fucking eat something and stay up even longer. But it's all good. Listen.
Appropriateness in different contexts. Like I'm not gonna, dress super, high glam to go to work, in a corporate setting. But my social life or on social media or YouTube, like I want to be able to experiment with creativity and freedom. And when I was trans identified, I got super into makeup and stuff, and I thought I wanted to be a cosmetologist. Like I like, pampering myself and getting into skincare and hygiene and all those things. And I think, towards the end of my transition, I lost all that stuff. The things that pulled me into femininity, like, I enjoy, things like beauty and fashion. And it's kind of surprising because like, oh, I'm like a classical AGP. I don't have that inner innate femininity or whatever that the, effeminate gay, men have.
Yeah. Identity evolves over time. And to me, it's like when you talk about like trans kids, it's like, well, why pin it down? Especially when it's growing faster than ever, when you're a child and stuff. But it still grows, like, you can say that mine still grows an awful lot. I've changed a lot, just since doing this and stuff. Everyone's identity changes and evolves constantly. You have to really know that, like, specific to your gender, this is, like, right for you. You know what I mean? Like, that's when you transition, is when you know that it's kind of the only way and it is right for you. And it is only going to confirm it rather than cause further friction, I guess.
From a very young age. So for me, like, it's like
But then it also means that gender identity is far more than just a thing you call yourself. And, well, I feel this way. It's like very complicated. And I think we shouldn't encourage people to think of it in very simplistic and, laid out kind of terms. It's hard to explain what I mean, especially when it's almost 2 o'clock in the morning.
It's less like this intrinsic part of who I am. It's more like I find it interesting. I find it hobby, like as like a hobby, like all these, but I just, the world of women's fashion and beauty and healthcare and all these things, like I just find that fascinating. Like I enjoy that. Like, and there's just so much more degrees of freedom to explore in that world compared to, what is available to someone who's in this conservative Catholic detrans man identity that I was operating in for the past year and a half. So, and people might be wondering whether I plan on going on hormones again. I don't want to go on hormones. I just want to get laser on my face, lasering on my body. I already grew, boobs the first time around, so I don't need to do that again. And I've always been skeptical that HRT really does that much. And for me personally, I think most like male to female glow ups are about skincare and beard hair removal and growing your hair out and makeup and eyebrows and styling and things like that. That makes way more of a difference. So, and also, I had health complications the first time I was on estrogen, and I don't want to deal with patches and needles and being a lifelong medical patient again. And also the impact to my sexual drive, because, like I said, I'm a kinky person. I like actually the kinky side of AGP. When I first transitioned, the transition and the hormones, it just totally nuked that whole side of the AGP. I just, I had like no sex drive, and my orgasms weren't really pleasurable anymore. I didn't ejaculate anymore. Sex didn't feel good. It wasn't pleasurable. Like emotionally, maybe psychologically things were pleasurable, but like the actual physiological functions of having an orgasm, like were way less pleasurable on hormones. So I don't want to go on hormones again. I just want to try and like get as much feminine.
Yes, breast. Well, I can see some shape here. There's something here.
As possible through other means that are not hormonal. And also in terms of like my energy levels, my vitality. I like testosterone. My only concern is like maybe like hair loss, but there's other routes to prevent hair loss, like minoxidil, topical minoxidil, finasteride, hair transplant, surgical. There's so many options to like have testosterone in your body and like work to keep your hair. And so hopefully I will never have to do anything drastic, but like I said, things are evolving. I'm kind of figuring things out of what transition looks like. I kind of like the idea of having the freedom to, not feel like I have to present as a woman, or because that was the limiting thing about being a trans woman, having this identity. I'm a trans woman because if you identify as a trans woman, everyone expects you to keep up the pretenses. So like if my neighbors know I'm a trans woman and I'm not shaven or something, I want to walk out to take the trash out, and the neighbor sees me shaved, like, oh, he's a trans woman, but he's not putting an effort into his appearance. He must not be very committed to that identity or something. Whereas like if I'm just like a guy who's sometimes feminine, sometimes.
I think this is part of why I don't care so much about the I live as a woman kind of thing anymore. Like, it's still true to at least some extent, because I haven't changed my name back and I still present the way I do. I still have like boobs and stuff like that. But it does lift a lot of the pressure, I don't have to be this like gigapassoid or whatever we're calling it. I think that's I do kind of feel what he's saying. And I think, I don't know, we've kind of, it's almost like we've arrived at kind of a similar place in a way, just via very different routes and from a very different starting point. You know, it's interesting.
I was not feminine or crossdresser or a femboy or whatever, then it's like that expectation to perform constantly to maintain this persona, this construction, that pressure is not there. And I can go to the grocery store or whatever and not feel like, I have that freedom. I'm also around friends and family who, may be less comfortable with super feminine presentations. Like if I, need to go to some function where I need to put on a suit to blend in, or I want to have a low profile or whatever, like I like having that option. And, I do sort of think I will eventually get to a point.
That is the other thing, by the way, like you go through a certain amount of like, it's kind of, you can only boy mode so much when you've transitioned a certain amount. Like I'd have to wear a binder and like, I guess hide my hair and shit like that. My eyebrows are pretty much always like, I didn't even do them today. They're kind of always like this. I've just kind of feminized to an extent where you can't really go back. So I think like having the, having the option of like boy moding in the first place, it kind of means that you have to treat it a little differently. You're not like a trans woman anymore. You're like, I don't know, like, I guess he's like non-binary now or something, or they're non-binary. Again, like the pronoun shit is like fucking me up, but it's always gonna, like, this person resembles a man to me. I'm sorry. Like, I say what I see. If I call someone a he and then they start resembling a woman more, then probably I'll end up changing to call them a she. And then everyone is like / they to me. So it's just like that. I don't know. Am I making any fucking sense anymore? I'm so sorry.
Once I grow my hair out and, skincare and hair removal and all these things, where I will kind of give that uncanny feeling, regardless of whether I'm like trying to do anything. And that's okay. Like I've, living as a trans woman for so many years, I came to get used to, kind of sticking out a little bit. And for a long time, that was one of the main motivations for detransition was, wanting to not feel like a freak all the time. But, because that's kind of what you feel like as a non-passing trans woman. A lot of time people stare, or just get weird looks, or and people just have a reaction. And there's definitely an ick factor to men who dress as women, look at women, particularly if you're not passable. And I'm just kind of gotta come to terms with that. That's just how the way things are going to be. But there's going to be some people who are into it. Like a lot of people love femboys, love crossdressers. Like there's a whole subculture around that. And then I just got to find my people again and like not worry about things. And and yeah, like, well, things maybe be slightly more awkward around my family. But again, I have the flexibility to, sort of butch it up or whatever if I want to. It's like there's so much more freedom and this sort of fluidity of expression versus like locking yourself down to this identity of like, oh, I'm a trans woman and all the expectations associated with that. And, using female spaces and all the problems associated with that, both, ethically and violating those spaces, but also in terms of like, in my own anxiety, I never felt comfortable going into those female spaces. And so like, but because I was a trans woman, that was expected of me, or at least like expected of me within the liberal circles that I was going in terms of like, you get what I'm trying to say. So yeah, it's just, I'm kind of on this new gender journey to borrow a phrase. I don't really know where things are going to take me. Like, again, I have a history of changing my mind a lot. I have a history of being flighty, of, ideological, flightiness. Yeah, I don't know how to describe it otherwise. And yeah, a lot of people are going to feel vindicated that, they, predicted that I failed at repression, and but it's been a journey, and I think I learned a lot through this whole experience of detransition and trying repression, and I kind of realized I learned a lot, and I learned a lot about who I am, what my values are, what really matters to my happiness, and I think developing a more live and let live attitude instead of this rigid moralism that I was sucked into, and which is not to say that that there's not some truth to that moral framework of that sort of like external transcendent framework. There's truth to that for sure, but I just think that, I don't know, my liberal intuitions about sex and consent and kink and masturbation and like homosexuality and sexual variance and gender variance and expression and
I think I'll be happy this way. Yeah, he's like, we say retransition. It doesn't sound like he's just going back to something old, like, we were trans and then we're not happy that way, so we become detrans, and we're even less happy that way, so we go back to the thing that only made us unhappy. It does sound like there's an actual progression here, and that he's actually figuring out a way in which he can exist and be happy, and that's a good thing, So it's not like we're just kind of regressing back to something else that we used to be, and like, oh, I'm just going to be the person I used to be. Because I think that kind of thing, you just end up in a cycle, I'd imagine. Like, if you became unhappy the first time, who's to say you won't again? So like, I don't know, it gives me more perspective on like retransition. I think when you've got like the gender shit going on, like You can transition and realize that's wrong for you, and then detransition and realize you still have the gender shit going on. You find a way, I guess. And maybe retransition often isn't like reverting back again. It's not becoming the same thing you were. It's like just kind of the next step or something, and it's finding some kind of happy medium. Like maybe I should look into more kind of stories about retransition, because it's probably a lot more complicated than just, oh, actually no, I'm a trans woman again. You know, oh, I can't make up my mind or whatever. It's a journey, right? So I don't know. This has been really interesting, to be honest, and I think this seems like this person is in a happier place. Like repressing shit doesn't really work ultimately. Like treating shit like forbidden fruit, treating it like you're doing something wrong, like wearing clothes and wanking. You know what I mean? Like. These are just very normal things, and you just do them differently. And it's easy to feel like you're doing something wrong because how you're doing it is just different to most people, I guess.
Being weird, like I've always kind of been comfortable with being weird or around weirdos, and so I don't know. I'm just kind of going back to being a weirdo. And I'm okay with that. And people are going to think I'm a pervert, that I'm a freak, that, you know, the whole AGP thing is like, oh, you're bringing your fetish into, you know, the public. And people will say like, oh, just even me putting on makeup and doing a video, say, oh, you're just doing this for attention because you're a narcissist, because you crave validation, because you get off on violating people's consent or whatever. And it's like, you know, I don't really listen to those people because they don't really understand the psychology of AGP or anything what I deal with or other people deal with. So it's just kind of like just this made up fantasy based on these extreme outliers that they see on social media that go viral and all that stuff. So, but yeah, I don't know. I guess that's the update. Some people are absolutely not going to be surprised by this. Some of my Catholic friends, Christian friends, may be disappointed in me. They may think that, well, I'm clearly just relapsing. I'm just like an addict. I'm relapsing, and they're going to pray for me, and that's great. I don't begrudge people pray for me. You know, if I like just even a few months ago, if I had seen someone else make this exact same video in my situation, like I would have had the same judgment. Like, oh yeah, they're just relapsing. They're just following the pleasure. You know,
that's what I mean. It's not really a relapse. It's the next step. You go too far in one direction, you go too far in the other direction, and you find what hopefully is a happy medium.
They're going to eventually have regrets. It can't possibly lead to happiness because, you know, like on my Catholic world, I kind of convinced that like secretly everyone who follow these pathways, you know, they may find temporary happiness, but they're not going to find true lasting peace. It's kind of like what I was, you know, bought into, which is that true peace, true happiness can only come from this repression, or like not repression, but like sublimation into transcendent Christianity. But I'm starting to be more skeptical of that insofar as I think that, you know, this can be a pathway towards genuine happiness. And also, what is the measure of what it means to be truly happy? And again, it comes back to this subjective versus objective. And the more liberal framework is to define it in terms of the individual's happiness, the subjective perceptions. And that's just the liberal, multicultural, pluralistic society we find ourselves in. And there's just, you know, are there drawbacks to modernity? Are there drawbacks to that liberal secular worldview? Yes, totally. There totally are negative societal consequences to that framework. But I think it seems to be the most livable. It seems to be the most practical because I just was tired of torturing myself and struggling and failing and just constantly in the same cycle of guilt and shame and binge and purge and all this stuff. So I just was tired of that, and I want to try something else. And so yeah, I guess that's it for this video. Thanks for watching, and take care. Bye-bye.
Yeah, listen, good on him generally. I think he has a shot at finding what he really wants, which is the same as any of the rest of us. It's just happiness and peace. I'm glad I watched that, honestly. That was very interesting and quite relatable in a way. I think I went in a similar direction, but in a much milder kind of way. And yeah, I don't know, man. I think I will leave him a supportive comment and stop there because I'm fucking knackered. And I need to eat something, otherwise being hungry is going to fucking keep me awake. And I don't know. Maybe I will have to unless this. I feel like I have completely lost the ability to form sentences. But I love all of you. Thank you for watching. It's been fun. Maybe I'll do the odd call-in stream here and there. And just have whatever conversations happen. And if it's good, it's good. And if it's shit, it's shit. And I think today's been alright, to be honest. It's been fun. It's been different. I'm tired of the fucking slop. I'm tired of the fucking bullshit. So this has been fun and different. And I feel okay. I feel okay right now. I love you all. Have a wonderful day or evening or night or something else. Whatever else exists. I love